Good evening. Welcome to the August 19th, 2026 meeting of the Oceanside City Council. I'm going to ask the city clerk to go through some instructions before starting our meeting. Mr. Navarro?
The California legislature passed Senate Bill 707, modernizing the Brown Act by expanding public access requiring hybrid or Zoom meetings for city council meetings and codifying teleconferencing and accessibility rules. As part of these new rules, members of the public wishing to comment on agenda items may do so in person or remotely by logging onto the Zoom meeting identified on the agenda. In-person speakers will be called first, followed by remote speakers. Each speaker will have 3 minutes for their comments unless otherwise stated by the mayor. Speakers must submit a speaker slip before consent calendar items are called. This does not apply to public hearing items. You can submit a speaker slip at the kiosk or online. You can also email cityclerk@oceansideca.org. For in-person comments, when called to speak, please approach the next available podium and state your name and location for the record. For remote comment speakers, speakers will be called upon either by name or last 4 digits of your phone number. Please unmute yourself by dialing *6 on your phone and state your name and location for the record. For public hearing items, please use the raise your hand feature by dialing *9. Please remember that the City of Oceanside has a decorum policy in place. Willful disruptions of the proceedings will not be tolerated. If you are disruptive, you will be asked to leave the chambers, or for online participants, removed from the Zoom session. We ask that you respect the proceedings and treat everyone with respect.
Thank you, Mr. Navarro. Basically, what he's talking about is a new state law that became effective July 1st, and it had to do with opening up the ability for the public to be able to weigh in on items that are before the council remotely, i.e. via, what's it called? Zoom, yeah, Zoom. That's what we use, Zoom. Other agencies use something else. But we use Zoom. So in effect, to be able to completely treat everyone the same and to be able to handle and perhaps have a sense of how many people we are going to be dealing with and this is only on items not public hearings, everything but public hearings. Public hearings, you don't have to sign up to speak on public hearing items. We don't have any public hearing items tonight, so everyone's going to have to abide by what we have started here at our city, which is to treat everyone the same, either in person or remotely, and we are asking everyone to sign up if you wish to speak prior to starting or calling the consent calendar, which will be in about 25 minutes, 20 to 25 minutes. So understanding, what was that? Okay. And it varies that time, but it's once I call the consent calendar items, you can no longer sign up to speak on any other items. Today, since there are no public hearing items, that means for the entire agenda. So, what I'm asking you to do right now is if you plan on speaking an item, please sign up in the back there before I call the consent calendar. Right. All right, please stand for the invocation. Tonight, we are privileged to have Dr. Mike Mason, Associate Pastor at New Song Community Church, for our invocation.
Thank you, Mayor Sanchez. Greetings, everyone, staff, members of the council. Thank you for your service. I am an Oceanside resident, and I love it here. So would you join me in prayer? Dear God, we pray and invite your presence into this meeting. We thank you for our council members and their families. Thank you for blessing us by giving us such a beautiful city as Oceanside. We pray that you would be present in the proceedings tonight. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. I thought that was, in the middle of the prayer. Sorry about that. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. And Deputy Mayor, can you please do us the honors?
Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. I do also have an land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the Payum Kawicham, the people of the West, as the traditional land caretakers of the land on which Oceanside is built and its surrounding traditional cultural landscapes. Today, the Payum Kawicham are known as Luiseño and are made up of 7 bands: La Jolla, Palapalma, Pichanga, Rincon, San Luis Rey, and Soboba. We are mindful of the indigenous peoples in this place, and we pay our respects to the Luiseño, past, present, and emerging. We are grateful to have the opportunity to be part of this community in Luiseño territory and to honor their history, culture, and perseverance of spirit. Thank you.
Roll call, Mayor?
Oh, roll call.
Mayor
That was
San-
the first thing I should have done, sorry. Present.
Deputy Mayor Joyce?
Present.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Present.
Councilmember Robinson? And Councilmember Weiss.
Boy, those new rules really, throw me for a loop. All right, we're at the proclamations and presentations part of the agenda, and I'd like for Lisa Nava to come forward and everybody else who's here from the North County LGBTQ Resource Center and others that are involved in this proclamation. And Elizabeth Ramirez is going to be accepting the proclamation. This proclamation is in honor of International Overdose Awareness Day. Always happens in August, and that's actually August 31st, 2026. Whereas, every August 31st, International Overdose Awareness Day brings a global community together to take action on drug overdose. It is a global platform that provides tools, resources, and space for communities to connect and drive change. Through events, communities honor lives lost, education and comfort their families, friends, and peers, and explore evidence-based overdose prevention solutions. And whereas, this year marks the 25th anniversary of the global campaign. The official theme for this milestone year is 25 years on, still needed, focusing on remembrance, ending the stigma of drug-related death, and mobilizing evidence-based prevention. And whereas San Diego County expects to receive over $100 million in opioid lawsuit settlement funds over 18 years, which are meant to remediate the effects of the predatory behaviors of big pharma through education, prevention, recovery resources, and treatment. And whereas Oceanside, as a recipient of the opioid lawsuit settlement, has distributed over $1 million to date in the effort of prevention and education, targeting middle school students and others. And whereas Oceanside has felt the effects of the overdose crisis, including the death of an 18-year-old honor student who died after using cocaine laced with fentanyl, and a 29-year-old Marine who died from fentanyl toxicity after purchasing the drug here in Oceanside. And whereas Narcan is an overdose reversal treatment that is credited for the reduction of overdose deaths by 16% in the San Diego region. Narcan can be accessed for free in Oceanside at the North County LGBTQ Resource Center. And whereas Oceanside first responders, EMTs, and firefighters are affected by the crisis and need help from the community to prevent overdose and support those in recovery. And whereas overdose deaths among people experiencing homelessness are particularly high with an increase over the last 5 years. And whereas the geographic trend has particularly affected the North Coastal area, including Oceanside, with a higher rate of overdose deaths. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Mayor Sanchez, on behalf of the Oceanside City Council, do hereby proclaim August 31st, 2026 as International Overdose Awareness Day in the City of Oceanside, and urge all residents to participate in worldwide educational efforts to prevent drug overdose, especially within our youth and other vulnerable communities. Let's end overdose together.
Thank you, Mayor Sanchez, and to the City Council for recognizing International Overdose Awareness Day and for supporting us in this important work for our community. On behalf of the North County LGBTQ Resource Center, we're truly grateful for this proclamation and for the city's partnership and commitment to raising awareness, reducing stigma, and stopping and supporting overdose prevention. This work is deeply personal to me. I've lost family members and friends to overdose, and I know I'm not alone in that experience. Many of our staff at the center have also experienced this kind of loss. So for us, this work isn't about statistics or programming. It's about the people we've loved and the communities we care deeply about. International Overdose Awareness Day in North County also has a very personal history. This event was originally organized by the North County Justice Allies, and 5 years ago, following a personal tragedy within their community, the center stepped in to help carry the responsibility and provide additional capacity to continue this important work. We've been honored to take that on and to continue building on the foundation they created. We know that behind every statistic is a person, a family, and a community that's been impacted. We're grateful for the city for standing with us and for helping us to continue this work to build a community rooted in compassion, dignity, and care. So thank you for recognizing this day and for standing with all of us who are working toward a future where fewer families have to experience this kind of loss.
Thank you.
Overdose prevention is not just for the people that are addicted, it's for the people that are on the streets, that are older. And on August 23rd, this coming Sunday, you can access overdose reversal training and Narcan. And I encourage you all to, if you do CPR, you need Narcan. You need to know how to reverse an overdose because it is not the people that you think are going to need it. It is actually your friends and family. So come out August 23rd and get your Narcan.
Thank you. And I'd like to share actually a story too. A very, very, very dear friend of mine, attorney, good family background. She was celebrating the wedding of her daughter. And her son was having actually problems with his girlfriend, so they had broken up on the same day. So while some of them were being very joyous, her son had taken fentanyl. And they were able to rush him, get him to the hospital. They released him, brought him home. His dad, they're separated, brought him home and thought everything was okay. And in the morning, he was dead. Very large family, definitely affected over 200, probably more than that. And you never think it's going to happen to you, but certainly very, very, very loved, very creative, just had a love of the world in his heart. But at the time, he was hurting very badly, and for some reason, he turned to that. So, and again, this is not unusual, unfortunately. It crosses all economic, tiers, everyone. So for this reason, we do honor this day, honor it, because it's not over. For this theme, it's not over. So these are the folks that are helping to make that change. to save lives. And we definitely at the City Hall here appreciate your efforts and you're willing to take some of these funds, apply for these funds. Really tough, very restrictive, the rules for accepting these opioid settlement funds. And yet the LGBTQ Resource Center is able to do that. Did you want to say who was here, by the way?
Oh, yeah. I'd love to say, this is the staff of the North County LGBT Center. We have Alex Carrasco here for our Foodies and Goodies program, Josue Jimenez with our reproductive justice program, Oscar Humberto Gomez from Unicorn Homes. Everyone knows Jerry Nicholas as the face of our center, the front desk administrator, Cy Savoy, our GAP coordinator, my friend Roxanne, our Pride by the Beach director. I'm Lisa Nava, the director of operations at the center. This is Elizabeth Ramirez, our MAP program manager. I'm not gonna be able to get through it. What's your name? This is Jose, Victim Services, and then Michelle, who is our reproductive justice case manager. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you all for coming and for saving lives. Thank you very much. And to you, don't forget to pick up your Narcan and training because it will come in. You may not realize it, but you could save a life too. Thank you, and we're gonna have a picture if the rest of the council would like to join us. All right, thank you. We now have the business spotlight with the Oceanside Chamber of Commerce. And tonight we are honoring Paul Friedman, representing the Star Theater. Now, how many of you remember going or attended?
We got David Schultz.
Oh, David, okay. David Schultz, yes. Yes, thank you. How many of you remember going to a movie at the Star Theater? Yeah, come on, yeah. Well, if you look at the circle that shows when it was built, 1956, a very good year. It was a year that I was born. Oh, that we were born. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, there we go, two of us. I remember going, yeah. My brothers always chose the movie, so we went to a lot of James Bond. All right. I still love James Bond, but yeah. And at the time, you could go to 2 movies for one price, and also stay for the second, so you could be there all day long and in the air-conditioned space. But what it has turned into is a great resource, a great place, a great stage for creativity, art, and I'm gonna go ahead and hand this over to...
I'll take it.
Okay.
Hi, everybody. Thank you, City Council. Thank you, Mayor Sanchez. I'm David Schultz, the producing artistic director for the historic Star Theater Company. And in the year 2000, a upstart theater company nonprofit made some big decisions to leave the Encinitas area where our nonprofit was stationed, and we were looking for a permanent home. And the historic Star Theater, a one-screen, massive movie theater, was waiting for us. And somehow we pulled it off, and we turned that beautiful venue and gave it life, and now it is living every single day, 365 days a year, with art and creativity and spirit from 7-year-olds to 107-year-olds. I wish I could bring up 100 more people in our staff, but we are actually in rehearsals for Anastasia the musical. And so all of my staff and cast are on stage right now, right down the street. So in about 3 weeks, I highly suggest you come by and see this amazing group of youth who are doing Anastasia. We're of course going into 42nd Street later this year in our annual production of Annie. But what I would like to do is thank the city for your support and the people who live and work in Oceanside for your support, because nonprofit theater is not a big moneymaker. But what it is a cornerstone of every, yeah, it's a cornerstone of every city. And you guys know that without a thriving theater, we're missing something. It's so important to the City of Oceanside, and you have more than one. We are the biggest one in town, but we're not the only one. So support all of your local theater companies. Please go out and buy tickets and donate to these nonprofits and enjoy what we have to offer. If you've not been there since you saw Moby Dick in 1955, then come and see a show. I personally invite you, and I will see you at the Historic Star Theater. I'd love to show you around and let you see what exciting things are happening. I'm also gonna, yeah, Vanessa, are you gonna say something? I will. This is guys, listen, I could go on for days on how amazing that place is, and I have. But this is our board president, Sharon Douglas, and this is April Dalliot, our production manager, and we are just so happy to be here and pleased with the reception and support we get from the city and from you all. This is Vanessa.
Hello, everybody. I'm Vanessa. I represent the Oceanside Chamber of Commerce, and our team selected Star Theater as the business spotlight. We partner with the mayor on this, and we love to recognize businesses who make an impact in our community, and I think we can all agree that Star Theater not only provides entertainment, fun, a hobby even sometimes, maybe even a job to some people, right? I've actually know a few chamber members who act and do plays at the Star Theater, and they're adults. I also have a friend whose daughter actually plays at the Star Theater as well. So definitely a staple in the community, and I just would love to give them a round of applause as we present this certificate to them. Thank you.
And there's nothing more iconic besides the pier as the Star Theater kept the neon lights, right? I mean, that is O-side. You see that sign, you know where you are. It's a place. And also shout out to the Sunshine Brooks Theater that did the same thing, right? So come on out whenever you have a chance to go to a program there. Miss Oceanside is also there every year. Yeah, so the contest and scholarship. So thank you so much for doing this. I remember I was on the council in 2000, 2001. The city had actually acquired the building and negotiated like who should take over, right? Who should take it? And I think we did a really great job choosing, right? What do you think? Yeah, right? Thank you. Thank you very much. And we're going to go ahead and take a photo. I invite the council members to join me.
One, two. One. There you go.
There we go. I heard the click. Thank you. Thank you for everything. Thank you, David. Thank you, Vanessa.
Good job. Love coming over there.
Thank you
Very much, babe.
for everything that you did.
Thanks. Okay, I'll see you.
All right, next we have a presentation. This is going to be a wonderful presentation by Victor Velasco, Principal Engineer for the City of Oceanside, and he is going to be presenting us our Oceanside streets, progress, and the road ahead.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. My name is Victor Velasco. I'm the Principal Civil Engineer with Development Services Department. So tonight I want to give a brief update on Oceanside's Pavement Management Program, also known as PMP, what we have accomplished with Measure X, the work that is underway now, and what it will take to continue improving the condition of our roadway system. So Measure X has allowed us to significantly expand the amount of pavement work we can deliver. We have made substantial progress, but with a roadway system as large as the one we have, continued investment is still needed if we want to improve the overall condition over time. To put the program into perspective, Oceanside maintains approximately 490 miles of streets, another 16 miles of alleys, and roughly 90 million square feet of pavement. One distinction I want to make is between street mile and lane mile. So the 490 miles represent the length of our street network, whereas a lane mile is a 12-feet lane. So if you have a street like Mission Avenue that has 2 lanes in each direction, that counts as 4 times that amount. So just to give you guys an idea. The distinction is important because when we talk about pavement, we usually report in lane miles. Oceanside's current index, pavement condition index, is 61. That is essentially the report card that we receive for the roadway network. For regional perspective, Escondido sits at about 65, Carlsbad 73, and Vista 78. A perfect brand new road is 100. Those numbers help illustrate the opportunity that we still have to improve Oceanside's overall roadway condition. Since 2019, Measure X has added more than $34 million to road repairs, greatly expanding what we have been able to accomplish beyond our roadway funding sources. That work is continuing now. Currently, we have our new project, which has started on August 17. This project began with concrete work, which includes ADA ramps and other improvements that need to happen before the asphalt work begins. The asphalt work is scheduled to begin on October 5th. And let's see if the video plays. Well, this video is not playing, but that's the video that's there. Basically, it shows what the public can expect to see. First, concrete crews come out to the side, then paving crews come in later, and then finally striping is done. So if you guys see work that started but then not continued, don't worry, they will be back, they will finish, it's just done in phases. There may be also temporary lane closures and parking restrictions. So before any work begins in the neighborhoods, notices will be distributed so that residents know what to expect and can plan accordingly. So our goal is to always try to minimize those impacts while completing the work safely and efficiently. This map helps illustrate what the investment has produced. The areas shown in blue represent the work that has already been completed, whereas the red areas show the work that it's going to be done in the current cycle. Since 2019, with the help of Measure X, we have completed approximately 290 lane miles and over 800 ADA ramps in the city of Oceanside. To put the ADA ramp work into perspective, a typical ADA ramp costs anywhere between $10,000 to $20,000, depending on the site, the conditions, if it's steep and whatnot. So when you look at 800 ramps times $10,000 to $20,000 per ramp, you're looking at $8 to $16 million invested in the ramps itself. These are improvements that must be done because of federal ADA requirements. The current cycle includes major work along Oceanside Boulevard and Mesa Drive between El Camino Real and Rancho del Oro, and College Boulevard between Old Grove Road and Oceanside Boulevard, and Mission Avenue between Mesa Drive and Fusad, and between Rancho del Oro and Frazee, and some neighborhoods such as Mission Gate and John Landis area, among other areas also. So when you look at the map citywide, you can see that the pavement program is not concentrated in one particular part of Oceanside, but it is distributed throughout the city. At the same time, the map also demonstrates the challenge that we have. Even with the amount of work that has been completed, we have nearly 500 miles of streets, not lane miles, but streets to maintain. So once you complete one cycle of work, other streets continue deteriorating and aging, and eventually also need attention as well. So pavement management really is a continuous process. One of the most important concepts behind pavement management is that not every road should receive the same treatment. The goal is to apply the right treatment at the right time. So roads that are still in relatively good condition may only need crack sealing or a slurry seal, whereas a pavement that deteriorates may need to have an overlay. And once the pavement structure itself fails, we need a full reconstruction of that road. This is also why residents sometimes see work being done on a road that still looks relatively new. In many cases, we're just applying a preventative treatment specifically because that road is still in good condition, and spending a smaller amount of money to preserve that roadway today can help prevent a much more expensive rehabilitation or reconstruction later. So the strategy is to preserve the good roads while strategically rehabilitating the roads that need more extensive work. What you're seeing here is a full depth reclamation that was done on industry. Rather than simply replacing the asphalt or grinding and overlaying, the existing pavement and underlaying material were pulverized and incorporated into a newly stabilized roadway base. That base is compacted and a new pavement section is constructed overhead. This is a more substantial treatment that is done. And as you can imagine, it's more expensive than just doing a slurry seal or a crack seal. So funding. Over the next 5 fiscal years, the city is currently anticipating to invest $51.1 million. That's an average of about $10.2 million per year. Measure X contributes $3.8 million per year of that 10.2, which is about 37%, as you can see in the pie chart. One of the things that's important to mention is that our pavement analysis recommends that we spend $12.9 million per year in hard construction costs in order to see improvement in our roads. So it is important to know that that $12.9 million is just money for pavement. It does not include concrete work or any other associated costs. It's just asphalt work. So at a current PCI of about 61, Measure X has clearly helped us make substantial progress, but additional ongoing investment is still needed if the objective is to materially improve Oceanside's PCI over time. So there's another challenge that has been affecting not just the pavement project, but overall all of our projects in the city, and it's the increasing cost of construction. Since 2020, local road and highway construction costs have increased by more than 50%, driven by increases in materials, labor, trucking, equipment, and other construction costs. Measure X has contributed more than $34 million toward road repairs since 2019, and we have accomplished a significant amount with that investment, but the purchasing power of those dollars keeps becoming less. Even when the amount of funding stays the same, we can do less with that same amount of money. So to give you a better sense of what that means physically, this short video shows the amount of material that goes into a typical paving operation. So when that volume of material is multiplied across many streets with dozens of lane miles, it becomes clear why any increase in pavement and asphalt and aggregate trucking labor costs have such a big impact on our funding. So finally, we want residents to be able to follow this work and know what is happening in their neighborhoods. The city's PMP webpage provides information on upcoming projects. Residents can also follow the city on social media for project updates. For potholes and other localized pavements, I recommend the My Oceanside app that goes directly to our Public Works group. Measure X has allowed Oceanside to make a significant investment in its roadway infrastructure, and we have completed 100 of lane miles of pavement improvements and more than 888 ramps, and another 74 lane miles are just underway. But there's a lot to be proud of what we have done and accomplished, but at the same time, maintaining 500 miles of streets is a continuous responsibility, and improving the overall condition of that network will require continued and additional investment. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. That was a great presentation. Thank you. And Victor just completed also the former Americanization School, right? Renovations. Victor, you did the design, the engineering design and all that for the improvements. And then MJ took over on the construction side, right? MJ Hernandez.
That is correct, Mayor.
Okay, well, thank you so much. We just enjoyed that on Saturday. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody on the council have a question, by the way? No? Okay, great. Your light's not showing up, I guess. All right. Deputy Mayor has a question.
Is it anticipated that a very wet winter will make the conditions on the roads a little bit tougher?
Can you define tougher, like tougher to drive, tougher to
Will it
do
increase
the work?
potholing and like the general condition? Will it make it harder for the roads to hold up?
Yes, Deputy Mayor, that is true. Just as we've seen in previous years, when we've had wet years, the road deteriorates faster as cars need to brake. That weight just goes into the asphalt and then pushes up. So it does deteriorate more our roads. So anything that happens out there, just such as weather, or for example, when the SMDA shut down, that also causes impacts to us.
Thank you. Anytime we talk about this, I just like to bring up, we have a strategy, and I think we should definitely be considering like looking at that strategy. I noticed that we choose to spread the love when it comes to our road repairs across the city. And I worry that our main arteries end up getting much lower when they have a lot higher speeds, and I worry that that impacts people's cars. So just I guess the next time we would talk about our strategy would be, is it the 5-year plan? Is that the next scheduled conversation about roadway strategy? Or maybe the annual budget?
Deputy Mayor, on January 14 of this year, we brought forward the pavement management analysis with the recommendations already in it.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and just want to remind everyone, how many miles have we done since the Measure X? How many miles and how much money have we spent?
290 lane miles and $34 million spent.
$34 million. Thank you very much, Victor. Thank you. All right, we're going to have a closed session report, but just to remind you again that when I start calling the consent calendar, that's when you cut off your ability to sign on to speak. All right, closed session report.
Thank you, Mayor. Pardon me. City Council met earlier today at 3:30 in closed session on item 1, conference with labor negotiator regarding 3 bargaining units, OPOA non-sworn, Oceanside Marine Safety employees, and Western Council of Engineers. Direction provided, but no reportable action under the Brown Act at this time. On item 2, conference with real property negotiator regarding the property at 223 North Coast Highway. Negotiating parties, City of Oceanside and Kettle On LLC. Negotiator for the city, Vicky Gutierrez, real estate manager. Received direction regarding price and terms, but no reportable action at this time. And then on item 3, there were multiple litigation items. Council met in closed session regarding 3A1, Gretchen Gary versus City of Oceanside. No reportable action at this time. And on item B1, threat of litigation made by Lauren Fontaine at the August 5, 2026 City Council meeting. No reportable action. And then 1 case, facts significant exposure not known to plaintiffs, not reportable, and no reportable action.
All right, thank you. Next are the consent calendar items. Let's see. Excuse me. Items 4 through 13. Are there any requests to pull from the?
There are no
From the public.
requests to pull from the public.
All right.
Move approval.
Okay, there's a motion to approve. Is there a second? All right, there's a motion to approve and a second. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. Item number 20, and that is, yes, item number 20 is the city manager item. Mr. Borrego.
Great, thank you, and good evening, everyone, and thank you for accommodating moving this up a little bit on the agenda. I wanted to give a brief presentation while everyone was still in the room here. I just wanted to point out an exciting event that we had recently, and that is a recent emergency operations disaster simulation exercise that the City of Oceanside recently participated in region-wide. And it was a regional exercise. There were about 15, 16 different agencies involved, including various cities here in North County, the County of San Diego, some of the local tribes, some of our local utility companies, including SDG&E, and some of our water purveyors who participated in this exercise. And the exercise was actually a simulated 6.9 a 6.9 earthquake off the coast of Encinitas at 5:38 p.m. in the afternoon, in the evening. And essentially, the city we have our own emergency operations center that's staffed. And I did want to point out an individual who's standing in the back of the room, Ashley Lyons, who's our emergency management coordinator. Ashley, if you can wave your hands here. There you go, Ashley. I want to give her a round of applause. And I'll briefly explain why. The City Council approved the addition of Ashley's position about 2 years ago, and we had never had a full-time disaster preparedness coordinator or emergency services coordinator in the city. And for a city of our size, and because of the risks that exist out there from, whether it's flooding, whether it's earthquakes, whether it's fires, having a full-time emergency management coordinator is a fantastic step. And I can tell you, based on that exercise, which is a very realistic exercise, by the way, and you would think that in sitting in that simulation room in our EOC, that the disaster was real. Everyone is very good about staying in the role. There's a lot of cross-communication between all the different entities that I mentioned. In a real-time situation. It's about as real as a simulation as you can get. And I just wanted to point this out for a reason, that to ensure that we're informing the community that we do prepare for these sorts of disaster situations. Ashley does a fantastic job of making sure that we're properly trained in disaster preparedness and response. And one of the items that I wanted to briefly mention as well, and I am going to turn it over to you to say a couple words. I told Ashley she didn't have to say anything, but since she got called down, I'll oblige and let you say whatever you'd like. But especially in light of all the news that's out there with respect to the potential for a very strong El Nino this year, I think it's very important that we as a city remain vigilant, that we who are responsible for staffing our emergency operations center remain trained and up to date in terms of the different processes and procedures and protocols involved in dealing with a natural disaster, large-scale natural disaster. So I just wanted to share that news. I was so impressed by how well this exercise was run, the professionalism involved in it. I think I heard from many folks that participated on our end, internal to the city, that this hands down was the best simulated exercise that we've had ever. And we all walked away from that exercise feeling much better about our own internal capabilities in dealing with the large-scale natural disaster and the type of coordination that goes into making sure that our residents and city are safe. So just wanted to bring that to folks' attention, and I'll turn it over to Ashley if she wants to share a few words.
Right, and how much of the day was it? Was it almost?
It was a half day.
It was a half day.
It was a half day. So we started at 8:30 and then we ended just around 1 o'clock. To give some hard numbers to how many people actually showed up, we had 67 staff. I had about 6 CERT volunteers, Community Emergency Response Team volunteers, that are part of my team, show up and do our simulation cell. So they were making actual live phone calls into our Emergency Operations Center. So they just gave up their time of their day to come and make sure that we had live phones ringing. And then across the North County, we had about 320 people participating across different agencies, so different cities. And then the County Office of Emergency Services, County Public Health, they also participated.
So it was countywide, it wasn't just Oceanside?
Yes, yeah.
Wow.
So we have what's called the North Zone and Fire, and that's all the emergency managers across North County, including us in Oceanside, Carlsbad, Encinitas, San Marcos, Escondido, Vista. We all work very closely together because I'm a shop of one as an emergency manager, so we all are shops of one, and we work together as a team. So we started planning this back in April. And as a team, we decided, okay, we're going to do this and we're going to work together so that we can have some exercise play amongst the different cities so that we could simulate live calls and make it seem as realistic as possible.
Were you Were you able to save a lot of lives? No.
Yes,
Good.
there was no fatalities in the exercise, and I made sure to make that very clear to the simulation cell that there was no fatalities in Oceanside during the simulated exercise, yes. So
Good
I
to
did want to
hear.
add that while I obviously make sure that our city employees are ready for disasters, I also do a lot of public education and make sure that I go out into the community to educate our public. And I wanted to make sure that everybody knows that we do have several opportunities to educate yourself, because I believe that personal preparedness is the best step in preparedness to make sure that you're ready. And I do that in several ways. I have 1-hour emergency preparedness classes, and we also offer our CERT class, which is an academy, and that's 24 hours. So we have on-demand 1-hour emergency preparedness classes, where if your community is interested in me coming out and talking about personal disaster preparedness, I can do that. And then I also do some classes throughout the community where we post that on our social media or our Oceanside Fire Department webpage. So be on the lookout for that if you're interested in taking a course from me. And then our CERT Academy is coming up starting on September 19th. That's a 24-hour course. It's 4 consecutive Saturdays from about 9 to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And we teach some basic medical, how to put out small fires. It's lots of hands-on cool things, disaster psychology, basic incident command structure, and we teach the public basically how to be better prepared if there was a large emergency. And then after that, you qualify to be part of our CERT volunteer team. So I wanted to just let everybody know that we do have those opportunities.
Is that all on our website?
In the Oceanside Fire Department webpage, yes, and then I work with Terry to make sure it's on
Fire
our
department page?
Yes,
Great. And
yeah,
I see
and
our
on
fire
social
chief
media.
that's here.
Yes,
Yes.
yeah.
And so I see a few members of our mobile home park community. I'm sure you all are thinking about looking into this, right? Yeah, I see a lot of nods.
Yeah, so if you're interested in me coming out to your community, just go to the Oceanside Fire Department website, and then there's a public education request form, and you can just put that you want an emergency preparedness presentation, and we'll come out and present for you.
Fantastic news.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. Great to not only meet you, but welcome to Oceanside.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for applying, and wow,
Yeah.
it sounds like it was a great event.
Yeah, happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Madam Mayor, we do have one member of the public on the side.
All right. We do have one person who wishes to speak.
Jimmy Knott?
Mr. Knott.
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Sherry Lane, La Salina Mobile Village, homeowners representative. Yes, you were talking about mobile home parks. My park is in a tsunami inundation zone. Interesting. And it was interesting that we were not notified of this exercise.
Oh, it wasn't the public, it was internally.
Right.
Yes.
But it's been years since we have been, in my park, notified of any training or any updates for training in regards to this, and also with all the different mobile home communities as well.
And you just heard the information, there's an invitation, contact them, and they'll be happy to come out.
And that's where I'm looking at and saying also the other multifamily communities other than mobile home parks.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, item number, okay, we have no public hearings this evening, so we're not switching at 6 o'clock. We're going to go straight through the agenda now. We have first general item is number 14. Staff recommends City Council adopt a resolution to reestablish the Senior Commission and approve its bylaws and member application. We have a presentation by Manuel Gonzalez, Parks and Recreation Director. Mr. Gonzalez.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council. My name is Manuel Gonzalez. I'm the Director of Parks and Recreation. I'll be talking about the reestablishment of the Senior Commission. So staff recommends that the City Council adopt a resolution to reestablish the Senior Commission and its bylaws and member application. I do also want to clarify some language in the bylaws related to the purpose of the commission. Staff recommends clarifying that the commission's role is to provide recommendations on existing policies, as I will clarify further in the next slide when I review the purpose. So the City Council originally formed the Senior Commission on April 10th, 1974, and appointed 5 commissioners. On January 23rd of 1985, the City Council increased that commission to 7 commissioners. And then on October 17th, 1990, City Council reorganized the Senior Commission as a committee of the Human Relations Commission, and ultimately dissolved the commission on March 27th of 1991 in an effort to streamline the city's advisory group structure. The City Council then reestablished the Senior Commission on August 15th, 1997, and at that point there were 9 commissioners and 2 alternate members. The City Council dissolved the Senior Commission again on May 18th of 2011 and transferred the functions of the Senior Commission to the Parks and Recreation Commission. On April 7th of 2024, the City of Oceanside joined the AARP Age-Friendly Network, and we started to work on our 5-year action plan that was developed with extensive outreach in the community and with the intent of helping to improve livability in Oceanside. This plan was approved by City Council on March 25th of 2026, and that process was similar to the functions of a commission, though less formal. The new Senior Commission's purpose would be to gather information and make recommendations to the City Council on services for older adults, including existing policies. That's the difference. We're referencing existing policies and plans for the development and operations of programs and services for the benefit of older adults within the city, such as the Oceanside AARP Age-Friendly Action Plan. Existing policies and plans for developing programs and services in cooperation with other public and private agencies that would benefit older adults within the city, and then also any other matters that may be referred to the commission by the City Council. The Senior Commission will allow older adults in Oceanside to feel empowered to engage and participate with local government, as well as provide city officials with the opportunity to hear and address concerns that impact the livability of older adults in Oceanside. The action steps identified in the Age-Friendly Action Plan are categorized into immediate steps that can be achieved during the next year, mid-range steps that will be initiated within 1 to 3 years, and then long-term steps that will be initiated in 4 to 5 years. Support of these goals and action steps will be incorporated into the Commission's work plan, and one of the functions of the Commission will be to make sure that our Age-Friendly Action Plan is a living document and adjusts as necessary to meet the changing demands of our senior population. Staff recommends that the Commission have 9 regular voting members and 2 alternate members. All Commission members would be residents of the City of Oceanside and have experience, knowledge, or demonstrated interest in issues pertaining to older adults. As part of the Age-Friendly Action planning process, the city activated a volunteer advisory group and volunteer ambassadors. And staff anticipates that the strong energy that was part of that process will carry over in terms of interest and participation in the Senior Commission. So with that, staff recommends that the city adopt the resolution and corresponding actions to reestablish the Senior Commission, including clarification in the bylaws about its purpose to provide recommendations on existing policies. I do also want to mention that on Friday, August 21st, is National Senior Citizens Day, and the establishment of the Senior Commission would be a very fitting tribute to celebrate that day. I also want to acknowledge that this morning we had a transportation resources fair at El Corazon Senior Center, and this was a product of what we heard from the community as we went through the listening session, planning sessions for the action plan. And I'm very proud of our senior services division staff, as well as all of the partners that came together to help our older adults connect with the resources that exist currently in terms of transportation in Oceanside. In terms of fiscal impact, the support of the Senior Commission will be covered through the existing Parks and Recreation Department budget, so there is no allocation required at this time. And this concludes my presentation. I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. We're going to hear from the public. Okay, quick question from the Deputy Mayor.
Do you have the language that you're proposing to change the bylaws with?
It's adding the word existing to the policies.
Yeah, that's section 1.2, purpose and intent for the bylaws. One word, times two.
Yes, it occurs twice in that.
Yeah, it occurs
section.
twice. All right. And Councilman Robinson, do you want to wait until after? Okay. How many people are requesting to speak?
We have 6 speakers, and one of those is remote.
And one is remote. Okay, well, let's get started. Linda Walshaw. It's followed by Steve Burrell. Followed by Jimmy Knott.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. This is Linda Walshaw. I'm the CEO of Mobile Home Advisory Committee. We assist seniors and veterans and mobile home park residents finding resources for everything from housing to assistance with repairs and all sorts of things. The biggest thing that the Senior Commission can restore is a network of these resources. The communication that we used to have with our Senior Commission was wonderful. And we had meetings and networked with each other and went back to our communities and shared that information. And what we find now is that we have resources available. And most often when we're contacted about something, it's a long-standing resource, but the people in these communities just aren't getting the message that these are available to them. So reestablishing the fact that there is senior transportation, there are food resources, there are food banks, there are sources like Interfaith that can help with senior repairs, there's the mobile home grant program. There's all sorts of things that we can educate people on and bring them back together to take back to their communities and share with seniors. Our veterans who live in these communities are struggling. The largest percentage of newly homeless persons in the county, according to our research, are seniors and veterans who are losing their previously existing housing. They've been priced out of housing, they live on fixed incomes. Our veterans need to remain near their bases and their base hospitals and their commissary benefits. We need to provide resources and information going forward so that we can do a better job of getting them to this information sooner. Thank you.
Thank you. You used to live in Oceanside, so I don't know if you were on the Senior Commission before, but yeah, thank you. Steve Burrell, followed by Jimmy Knott, followed by Daniel Dominguez.
Steve Burrell, Mayor Sanchez, council members, resident of Oceanside. I want to start out by acknowledging the work, the load that's been carried by our Parks and Rec Department for many years now. The commissioners there, the staff, and the volunteers have really carried the load for seniors in the community, and they deserve to be acknowledged for that. Secondly, I would like to personally thank Manny for being open to this idea of doing something like age-friendly, and now we're talking about a commission to see that the work is actually done. I want to also acknowledge Eric Joyce, because for me it started with him. He created an advisory committee, and he asked me to be a part of it because I was agitating him about senior issues and advocating for seniors. And he took that seriously and he acted. And out of that, I discovered this age-friendly program that ARP had, which provided us with an organizational framework to try to get something done. So that's what morphed into all of this. We've heard from the seniors. We have a roadmap, I believe. We just need to make it happen. And I think this commission is the right vehicle and the right move to be able to move this to a different level. Like Mayor Sanchez said, I think a couple of meetings ago, we're moving to a different level here. And what it's about is really a better livable community for not just seniors, but for everyone in the community. Go to the website on Parks and Rec. You'll see more details. ARP calls them modes. There's actually 8 areas of subject areas that we're going to be focusing on. I did want to mention, too, that ARP added a 9th, and that is emergency preparedness, interestingly enough. And I personally feel very strongly about that. We're in a community that just happens to be in a fire zone prone, flood zone prone area, and also, let's not forget earthquakes. And so if we can use the commission and the work that the volunteers will do to move on that agenda, that in and of itself will be a big deal. We can get our neighbors together. The mobile home parks, some of them, have already started down this path. They've organized themselves, and they're prepared, better prepared than most of the rest of the community. I want to see that happen, and I want to see us move forward on this commission. I think it's the right thing to do, and it's the right time. Thank you.
Thank you. Jimmy Knott, followed by Daniel Dominguez, followed by Israel Hernandez.
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Sherry Lane. I want to first off point out that I'm glad that you're bringing this about, as you promised that you would. Thank you. Is one promise made, it's a promise kept. You're a lady of your words. You're the mayor of your words. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Jimmy.
And I also want to point out, though, is that the previous iteration of the senior commission became political, very political. They endorsed to the point of almost endorsing candidates or forbidding candidates and trying to oppose them. I am making some recommendations that the future senior commission stick to issues. Avoid personalities. That is something. Stick to issues, avoid personalities. And to the information, the application, and also the bylaws. I notice that there is no limitations on participation to sit on to the senior commission because of age, even though it's called a senior commission, senior citizens commission. We need to establish a certain number of seats that would be for those who have attained a certain age of being a sage. Yes, we need to respect our people who have attained that age. And I would like to thank again the Parks and Recs Department. Your staff has been very helpful, and I can't get a lot into that. And also, preemptively, I have filled out my application, and I will be turning that in to our city clerk after I finish speaking in about 30 seconds.
Thank you. Mr. Dominguez, followed by Israel Hernandez, and then we have one remote speaker, Cole Samaru.
Daniel Dominguez, long-term Oceanside resident, a little over 30 years, I think now. And also, I don't know if I should say this or not, but a 70-year-old, so I think that qualifies me as a senior.
Nah.
Now that
it's the new 50s.
Now that I've...
You don't qualify.
I've mentioned my qualifications. Now comes my disclaimer. I sit on a commission, on the Manufactured Housing Fair Practices Commission, and what I'm about to say here are strictly my own opinions, are not related to the endorsed or supported by the Manufactured Housing Fair Practice Commission. I didn't have a prepared speech, but I just want to echo that the previous speakers covered everything quite eloquently. It's time that we had a commission that deals with senior issues, sitting on the Fair Practice Commission, where a lot of the people that come before it are seniors, and sometimes they bring issues that are outside the purview of the Fair Practice Commission, because we have a limited scope as to what we can do. And so some of the issues, I think, were addressed by the previous speakers, but also the commission should also look at programs for activities for seniors. A lot of seniors remain.
Sorry, could you address that? I think it's a cell phone, right? It's the Apple that's doing that?
Fire alert.
Oh, okay. My Android wasn't doing it, just the Apple. Sorry about that.
The activities, because most seniors, because of mobility issues or issues with traveling, they're isolated, they don't go out very often. So hopefully the commission will look into some of those issues and setting up programs through Parks and Recs to get more activities and more ways for the seniors to attend those activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Israel.
Sí, gracias. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Israel Hernandez. I'm the Associate Director for Advocacy and Community Engagement with AARP California.
Yep.
So promote, I know we've talked a lot.
Thank you so much for everything that you're doing with the City of Oceanside.
Of course, I owe all of it to the volunteers. I work for them, really, Steve Burrell being among them. So yeah, I lead the Livable Communities work for the region in terms of providing that framework. I'll also note, I grew up in Oceanside. I went to St. Mary's, the Marine Corps station here at Camp Pendleton, and my parents still live in Oceanside. So it's also exciting for me in that aspect. Our older adult population, as has been mentioned, is growing. We're approaching a future by 2029 where people over the age of 65 will outnumber people under the age of 18. So that's going to provide significant implications for those domains Steve was mentioning, how we provide housing, transportation services, how we combat isolation in the age of rapidly advancing technology. So as we look at those challenges, I'm encouraged that Oceanside doubled down on that commitment through the age-friendly action plan. And also, as was mentioned earlier, today at the El Corazon Senior Center, I think we had like over 100 older adults there asking questions. Well, I was asking many of them, what are you going to do when you can no longer drive? And one of the first responses that came up was, well, I'll have a friend drive me. I'll have a family member drive me. We know that that's not always going to work out the way that folks think it does, and folks can fall into isolation. So today was a direct result, as Parks and Rec Director Manny mentioned, of the action plan. And so in hearing about the possibility of a senior commission and the benefits that that had during the creation of the plan and sharing resources, because like someone said earlier, a lot of the things that folks want already exist. So, AARP can come do a presentation to a future senior commission about particular resources for older adults when it comes to disaster preparedness, when it comes to work with the CERT team. And so all this to say, congratulations on the work that you're already doing. On behalf of Age Friendly, we said it today at El Corazon. It's a gold standard. I think sets a great example for other jurisdictions. And we encourage you to move forward with the senior commission.
Great. Thank you.
Yep.
We have a remote person?
Yes, we do. Cole Samaru, if you could unmute yourself.
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and the City of Oceanside. My name is Cole Samaru. I am, like some other members, like Israel mentioned, I am a Oceanside resident, a Marine Corps veteran, and previous volunteer with the VA at the CBOC in Oceanside. as well as the founder of Senior Tech Connect, which is an organization that helps older adults to stay connected through technology and helps protect them from scams. And most importantly, a very proud grandson. And I just want to congratulate you all and provide support for this effort, not only driven by Manny and the team at Oceanside Parks and Rec, but AARP, Israel, and such a vibrant volunteer force behind AARP, as well as the Age Friendly Initiative. So obviously I have my bias in support of protecting, defending, and supporting our older adults and older veterans. Just one thing I want to add is, the concept around where technology is moving faster, quicker, and more exclusive in many ways. And so, like Jimmy Knott had said, and like Linda had said about many communities that are vibrant of older adults, yet they feel very much left behind by technology, by the communications of the city, and even further, more broadly. And as a result of these things, older adults are alone. They are getting scammed. District Attorney Summer Steffen has tracked the data about older adults being scammed, and those numbers going up 30% year over year just in San Diego, and all of the other things that are mentioned. So I just wanted to provide my piece on that and to support the Senior Commission. The City of Oceanside Parks and Rec team have been doing such an amazing job, and so I'm a proud resident to support that and proud to be a part of that solution. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes our public comment.
That concludes. I didn't hear any kind of questions or anything for staff, so do you have anything else to add? Mr. Gonzalez?
Thank you, Mayor. If I could just address, we did consider the composition of the commission and identifying a certain number of members being of a certain age, as it was in the former iteration. We were concerned that it would be a form of age discrimination, and so that's why we focused on people having an interest in senior issues and not on age.
All right, thank you very much. To the council, we do have a recommendation from Parks and Rec Director Manny Gonzalez, and that is to include the word existing regarding policies. That would be for the bylaws, which is attachment 2. That would be under section 1.2, purpose and intent. That would be the second sentence, or actually, it's the first sentence after the colon, policies and plans, so it would be existing policies. And then looks like it's the next sentence where it also says policies and plans, so it'd be existing policies and plans. And of course, it also states, and such matters that may be referred to the commission by the city council. So, Councilmember Robinson?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm very happy to move staff's recommendation, but I would like to make one suggestion for a change, and this isn't just something that I came up with. I met with somebody this week that we spent a good hour plus talking about aging and stuff, and I think it will help us with a broader focus. I would like to move this, but change the name from Senior Commission to the Commission on Aging. And I know it sounds like a little thing, but it is more inclusive for people, because we all age. And so I believe the commission should be more inclusive, not age contingent. And hopefully in their work plan and stuff, the commission will look at other things that when I met with this person talked about, like disability and caretaking and a broader thing. But I wouldn't put all that in the title. But if everybody agrees, I think a commission on aging is far more appropriate for what we need in this city.
Mr. Gonzalez, do you have any comments on that?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Robinson, we did look at using the term Commission on Aging. It's consistent with trends in the industry. It's consistent with the state's Commission on Aging. There was mixed feedback from both members of the advisory group, our team in senior services, as well as our senior ambassadors. Some people felt that the word aging had connotations that were different than the intent that we had. So from my perspective, what it's called is less important than the work that they put forward.
Well, I think names do mean things. So that's going to be my motion, that we adopt staff's recommendation with the changes already identified, but we do change the name to the Commission on Aging.
Okay. All right. I'll go ahead and second. Deputy Mayor?
Just on the name, is there any way we could leave that up to the commission themselves to pick the name? I mean, I guess we have to establish something for them to be a part of before they.
Perhaps as a
They have a lot of work to
confirmation?
do. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just wondering, perhaps when they meet, they can review that.
Okay.
Is that acceptable, Councilmember Robinson?
I think there's some things that we should decide to set the intent of what we want to do. And from what I've heard from staff is that, now I don't know if we'll have the same people on that were on the advisory committee that set this up. It's going to be up to you.
I'm not going to know who.
Right. And so I just feel like it's more inclusive. And we already heard somebody say, oh, you want a set number of, age people because you got to respect and I think that's a good sentiment, but I don't think that's what we need here in this city. We really need to be inclusive and look at a number of different issues, but I'll just leave it at that. I'm not going to change my motion.
All right, so there is a motion and second, and we could have them look at that, and I suppose if there are very strong feelings, we'll hear about it. But did you have other comments?
Yes. So I get also commenting on the adding existing. When you add the existing policies and plans, what does that leave out? Does that mean that we don't want the commission bringing like new ideas around senior livability? I mean, I will say our plan is pretty comprehensive, but are we restricting it to the actions that were set out in the AARP plan, or could something under the domain of, like, what if transportation is something that the commission is finding that they really need to work on, and we don't have a goal that's specifically associated with making sure that our buses get to our senior centers and to our communities appropriately? I'm making some assumptions here, but I'm thinking of like, I don't want them to be boxed in so much that they can't talk about important things to the community because we added this language. So I'm just asking for some clarification around that.
Mr. Borrego?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council members. I think one thing that's important to remember as well is that we will be bringing back the work plan of the commission as a subsequent action. So I think that would be the time to really delve into the details about the type of work and the specific issues that they would like to tackle. And we would be mindful of that. And certainly I would recommend that we bring that discussion back when we bring forward the work plan and have a chance to, at that point, engage with the commissioners in terms of what they would like to cover, and then we'll bring it back to you for formal adoption.
Okay, so I'll leave that alone. Yeah. And then I just want to say a couple of thank yous really quick, because this has been a long process to get here, over 2 years. Thank you, Steve, and all of the collaborators that caused trouble with you over the last 2 years to get us here. I know it wasn't a solo effort, but you absolutely put your back into this to make sure all of us kept moving down the path on it, and I want to say thank you specifically to you. I want to thank AARP, who was very flexible throughout the process and made sure that we had an understanding of what other cities were doing so we could do best practices and also formulate it to to what we need here in Oceanside. I want to thank our Parks and Rec department who had this idea, and it honestly is a little scary because of the domains that are involved. We have health, community services, transportation, outdoor and public spaces, communication and info, disaster preparedness, community engagement, and housing. And I'm sure if you see that coming in the door, you're like, oh my gosh, we got to deal with all these things. It's so huge. And you took it on and embraced the grassroots effort that was before you. And now we have all of these amazing ambassadors who are so much more versed on what we do as a city, who can be a big part of what we're doing moving forward. So I want to thank you for embracing them and all the work that you put in on it. I want to thank my colleagues as well for embracing this effort. People come to us with ideas all the time, and you all embraced it fully. I want to just say that elder Oceansiders are facing mounting challenges these days. There are rapidly rising housing costs that many weren't able to plan for when they retired. Like, who could have planned for the housing costs that we've seen over the last 10 years? Seniors face that in a different situation because, sometimes there's limited income and they're left holding the bag much harder than the rest of us. COVID-19 severed connections across our world, and so many folks have still not come out of that isolation, and that isolation can be deadly. Large cuts to social service programs that have been happening over the last year and a half, 2 years, public transportation cuts, health clinic cuts. It takes a toll on all of us, but we know that our seniors bear this brunt much more deeply. So this commission will be composed of those bright lights from our community. And many of you have been doing the work to keep your communities together now, but now you have our official backing too, and we can work together to do that work. So thank you, and I guess the motion was already seconded, but I'm fully in support.
It is seconded, and actually, I was the one that pushed Senior Commission to get restarted again, actually for several years. That was me. I was the one that pushed forward the Senior Center at El Corazon. I've actually been very active in this space for quite since 2000, 2001. So it was me that I had pushed. In fact, I approached you about getting it restarted and getting it on the agenda. So we do have a motion and a second, and I saw you left my name out of there, but I actually want to thank you for the work that you did to help make it happen, but I really was the person who pushed this forward. We do have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. All right, item number 15. Yeah, terrific. Yes. Item number 15, staff recommends City Council approve a 3-year joint use agreement with the Oceanside Unified School District effective June 1st, 2026 through May 31st, 2029 for the joint use of park and recreation and school facilities, and authorize the city manager to execute the agreement. We're going to get a presentation by, again, Manuel Gonzalez, our Parks and Rec Director. Mr. Gonzalez?
Good evening again, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. I'll be talking about the joint use agreement with the Oceanside Union School District. So staff recommends that the City Council approve a 3-year joint use agreement with the Oceanside Unified School District effective June 1st, 2026 through May 31st, 2029 for the joint use of park and recreation school facilities, park and recreation and school facilities, and authorize the city manager to execute the agreement. City and OUSD staff will review Exhibit D of the agreement annually and will work together to make adjustments to district access to city facilities, as well as city access to district facilities based on changing needs from each organization. Adjustments to Exhibit D during the term of the agreement will not require approval from the City Council or from the school board. The City and Oceanside Unified School District entered into a 1-year joint use agreement in May of 2024 and subsequently entered into another 1-year agreement that expired on May 31st of 2026. The terms of that agreement have been continued on a month-to-month basis while we negotiated this new 3-year agreement that would be retroactive through June 1st. These agreements have changed the relationship between the district and the city with respect to how we share our facilities and the new agreement was approved by the Oceanside Unified School District on August 11th. The agreement continues to codify public access for passive use at all of the school sites after school, on weekends, and on holidays. It would also allow the city to continue to issue permits to third-party groups at 6 schools, and these 6 schools are Jefferson Middle School, MLK Junior, and Lincoln Middle School, as well as Surfside, South Oceanside, and Pablo Tac Elementary Schools. Sports organizations can permit these sites through the city and pay city fees. This means that most of our youth groups would not pay any fees for use of these district sites. The agreement would continue to provide the city access to the high school gyms and stadiums for our city events and programs. There are some expanded needs that have been identified both by the city and the district that have been incorporated into this new agreement. So one of the issues that we have encountered this year is an increased need of ball fields on the school district property at MLK. The ball field is adjacent to the city fields, so permittees primarily use the city restrooms as well as our parking lot, minimizing the impact to the school. So we have agreed to add 1,375 additional hours for the ball field that would be independent of all the other use of fields. We've also determined that our need for use of the stadiums and high school gyms for city programs is less than what we had originally anticipated. As such, we have reduced the number of hours for city programs and events to 750 hours and increased the number of hours that we can permit to third-party groups to 1,275 hours. I want to emphasize that we cannot permit the stadiums and high school gyms to third-party groups, and the district has negotiated with Pop Warner so that they can host games at Oceanside High School for a more reasonable cost. This is not part of the current agreement. Pop Warner does have free access to MLK Middle School through the joint use agreement. We have added the ability to host 2 city-sponsored events at the Performing Arts Center, and this was important to the city because the center, because Oceanside High School is listed as an asset in the Oceanside Cultural Arts District. Also, given construction on North River Farms Road and the impact that it will have on parking around Melba Bishop, we have also requested to include access to Del Rio Elementary school parking lot during evenings, weekends, and holidays as overflow parking. In exchange for these additional use of district facilities, we're including some new and existing district use of city facilities that were not in the previous agreement, including access to the new beach volleyball courts at Harbor Beach. We're providing unlimited access to parks and trails for the cross-country practices and competitions. We're providing 20 hours of city gyms and 250 hours of fields at ball fields, and this provides some opportunity for growth from their existing use, which includes sporadic use of the Junior Seau Beach Community Center, the MLK ball field for high school baseball, and their rugby program. Their use of our city gyms and fields would be at Category 5, and these school groups would be prioritized below Oceanside residents that are recreational youth sports as well as Oceanside-based competitive youth groups. We've incorporated access to the library community rooms on a first-come, first-served basis. The school district would be responsible for any staffing costs associated with this use. The district would continue to have approximately 725 hours of access to the aquatic centers for swim and water polo, as well as 145 hours at the community centers, including a maximum of 20 days at the El Corazon Event Center. In terms of fiscal impact, the city and OUSD would waive would waive facility rental fees as well as most of the staffing costs. In exchange for the right to permit the 6 middle and elementary schools, the city would continue to pay OUSD a fee of $25,000, and this is explicitly for enhanced maintenance of the fields, essentially to bring up the fields to our standard of play. OUSD does have an outstanding balance for use of city facilities, so no payment is due in the current fiscal year. A partial payment of $7,000 is due in fiscal year 27-28, and the full payment would be due in 28-29. If approved, this agreement will increase the general fund costs by $7,000 in FY '27-28 and $25,000 in FY '28-29. With that, staff recommends that City Council approve the new 3-year agreement. As I mentioned before, staff will review Exhibit D annually and make adjustments as necessary, but changes to Exhibit D would be made at a staff level and not require approval by City Council or the school board. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. How many requests do we have from the public to speak?
We have 3 speakers.
3, okay. Are they all in person?
They are all in person.
Okay. So first person is Glenn Henton, followed by Jill Illich, followed by Kellen Sue.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Glenn Hinton, Oceanside resident. I'm also the athletic director at Coastal Academy High School here in Oceanside. Generally speaking, I am in agreement with the joint use agreement. It obviously helps with the expanding resources for the city as the city continues to grow, and parks resources, as of yet haven't quite kept up, but being able to use the school district's resources for our teams and for other groups within the city is helpful. My issue is not necessarily with the joint use agreement itself, but the implementation of the agreement. Over the past several years, we've used some of the resources through the school district. We've used Lincoln Middle School, we used King Middle School's gym. Recently, we tried to use Jefferson Middle School. And even though we had an approved agreement, we paid the fees, there would be times when the school itself, not the district, but the school itself would come in and say, we need to use it during your, scheduled and approved time. And we understand that the schools themselves, have priority of that. So, my concern is just with the reliability of the dates that are within the system. And actually, we worked with Manny and Daniela just recently to get Jefferson Middle School. We were told by the district that the schools had already put in their calendars for the year, and whatever was open in Facilitron for those specific dates would be accessible. However, after putting everything in, working with Manny's team, Jefferson came back and said, no, we couldn't use it. So the school district, to their credit, they did adjust, and we got facility use on that. So I think at the district level, they're fully involved in this, and they, are obviously concerned with making sure that the joint use agreement is implemented properly. I think there's just a disconnect between the district and the schools. And, from a renter's standpoint, if you want to rent facilities and you have an approved permit, you just want those dates that you have to be reliable. So hopefully that's something that does come up. And I don't know if there's any type of recourse in the agreement that would allow, a group that did have approved facility requests, that already paid the city's fees, that if the school did come back and rescind that reservation, there would be some way for recourse. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Jill Illich, followed by Kellen Sue.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. My name is Jill Illich. I'm the treasurer of Thunder Rugby here in Oceanside. And I'm here tonight regarding the joint use and El Corazon fields. First, I want to recognize the city for the support you've given our youth programs. When field availability is uncertain.
Are you talking about the joint use, or are you talking about?
Joint use,
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Because we really don't have anything available at El Corazon so far.
Not yet. We're hopeful.
Yeah, that's a separate issue on the agenda.
I'm not speaking about El Corazon.
Okay.
Thank you. When field availability has been uncertain, the city has consistently worked to find solutions to make sure our kids have a place to play. We truly appreciate that. Second, joint use of our schools and recreation facilities is a tremendous community asset. Our schools have fields, gyms, stadiums, and other facilities that are valuable community resources, and our cities have recreational facilities that can support our schools and youth organizations. Ultimately, the goal is to create a thriving youth sports program for all ages and have cohesive support between schools and city facilities. As you know, youth sports are so much more than athletics. They teach teamwork, discipline, leadership, resilience, and responsibility. They give kids a place to belong and adults a way to invest in the next generation. They truly build the community. And rugby is a particularly wonderful example of that. Thunder Rugby is open to all kids ages 5 to 18, and our club works to remove any barriers families may encounter in joining the club. Rugby is also an international and Olympic sport, and Thunder players this year traveled to Europe. They met new people, and they tackled them. Those experiences can shape a young person's confidence and perspective in ways that go far beyond what happens on the field. That is why I believe access to our community fields and facilities is an investment, not simply an operating expense for a youth organization. Thunder Rugby serves the same children who attend Oceanside schools, and that's why joint use is so important. When a youth rugby program represents its school and community, we are all working toward the same goal to help young people thrive. So my request tonight is a positive one. I request that the city continues strengthening the partnership with the school district to help ensure that the spirit of joint use agreement is fully realized and that there's always an available field for a youth rugby and other sports. When conflicts arise, I hope the city can continue helping facilitate conversations between city sports and the school district rather than leaving groups on their own to find another field. We have incredible resources in our community. We have schools, parks, fields, facilities, coaches, volunteers, and families who are willing to invest their time in our children. Let's make it as easy as possible for those pieces to work together. Thank you for your continued support of youth sports and for helping us make joint use of our community facilities a true partnership. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Kellen Sue?
Thank you. My name's Kellen Sue. I'm on the Parks and Rec Commission, but I'm here just as myself, as a resident of Oceanside. The joint use agreement is like so important to Oceanside. We have a huge need for fields, and this helps us meet the need for fields. One of the things that we've experienced, though, as a family is that we go to a school, we hope it's open, and it's locked. And it feels like pretty consistently the schools are not actually open for the public to use, and it doesn't really feel like that's being tracked. So while it's in the agreement, it may not actually be the lived experience of residents. And I think it's important that we know how often that's happening, so we know, like, hey, this is what the agreement is, but you guys aren't really holding up your end of the bargain. That happened even with camps, where we would show up for a camp that was supposed to be, that was through the city, but was on a school location, and it was under a tremendous amount of construction. So there wasn't really a way to get into the camp. So just that kind of stuff where there's not communication and it doesn't feel like the schools are taking it as seriously as the city. And I just want to encourage the city to operate and to negotiate from a place of strength. Oceanside has so many amenities that we are bringing to this table. It's not just that we're in a position where we are needing things. We have the pools, like we have all of these amenities that the schools need too, so that we would just come to the negotiation from a place of strength and not just asking for these fields that we do so desperately need, but that we would also understand what we bring to the table. And that's it. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Gonzalez, did you want to respond to some of those comments and concerns?
Thank you, Mayor. We are aware of the situation that Coastal Academy has encountered, and it's something that we'll continue to work with the district in terms of making sure that once we've issued permits, that groups understand that they have that space. The agreement is still a work in progress, as Ms. Sue mentioned. There have been instances where schools are locked. It's something that we address with the school district, and I think they're from a policy perspective, I think they're committed to making sure that the spirit of what's in the agreement, which is to make the school sites open to the public after school and on weekends and holidays, is being followed. So we'll continue to work with the school district to make sure that the language of the permit or the agreement is being upheld.
Is that situation getting better?
It has been, is my understanding. I know that there are specific schools that we dealt with at the initiation of this agreement that it was a consistent problem, and then my understanding is I've gotten less reports of schools not being accessible.
Do you contact the schools at some point before the event is supposed to happen, or the activity's going to happen, to make sure that it's open?
So I think it's two different issues, Mayor. One would be if there is a rental and we've transitioned to a process
Right.
on Facilitron, which is their system. So they have an open line of communication with the group that is essentially renting from us, but a school district site. The other issue is the public just coming out for passive use of the space on any given day.
Are members of the public who are using that system, do they have a contact person that they can contact to make sure that everything is ready for them?
So,
like it's open?
So our staff, Daniela Klausner, does a great job of working with our groups to bridge that communication with the district. But there are also points of contact with the district directly. And that was part of the reason for that shift, was to eliminate the city as a middleman in terms of the communication.
All right. Thank you. All right, Deputy Mayor Joyce.
Thank you, Mayor. So in talking to families in our neighborhoods and in just being and personally taking my children to the sites, because this is such a really big agreement to have all these passive use sites. And I know we put soccer goals on. Thank you so much, Director Gonzalez, for supporting that. We have soccer goals at certain sites so that we have a place for kids and families to come out and just play soccer without even having to be on a team. They can shoot on a goal and school their dad, and I really appreciate that. But lots of families still don't know, even families that go to the schools that are all open. I was talking with a bunch of folks in the Pablo Talk area, and there is not really, they can get up the hill to Buddy Todd. It is a hill, and it's much easier for them to get to the school, which is like centralized in the neighborhood there. And many of the neighbors had no idea that it was basically a public park on the weekends. So in looking at some other schools in other cities that do this, they have a really beautiful, comprehensive sign about, this is a public park on the weekends, this is your space, come out and use it. Ideally, it would have, as the mayor kind of referenced, a contact if the gates are locked about how to get in, because I've encountered that frequently enough that it feels like there should be a direct line. Not everybody can call up their former colleagues on the school board and say, hey, why is the school not open? So do we have a plan to get proper signage up at the sites? Have we talked to the school district about this?
Deputy Mayor, we have had conversations with the school district about adding signage. They're not amenable to adding another sign because from their perspective, there is signage already identifying them as joint use. I apologize, I haven't confirmed what that sign looks like or where they are. What I can commit to is I don't think that currently our website really does justice to communicating that these spaces are available to the public for passive use, and we can definitely make that change. My commitment will be that we'll add a section to our communication about the availability of passive use, and we'll take a look at what signage is currently there and continue to work with the district on making sure that the public knows that these spaces are available to them.
Okay, I mean, our website will be good, but we're like kids walking, you walk your kids to school or drop them off, like the sign is where you would really pick that up. So maybe we can work on that as a council. Maybe you can work on that as a public. So it's just a wonderful program. I'm so glad that we have a working relationship with the school district on this, and thank you for fostering that during your time. It has not always been the case, which is why this wasn't the policy before. So I think this is like a much bigger deal than people realize, how much park space is opened up by having this agreement and having this relationship. So I want to thank you and my colleagues for making sure we get this done. Move approval if it hasn't been, I don't remember.
Thank you. There is a motion to move to approve. There's a motion and a second. Councilmember Figueroa.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple questions, just from my own understanding. For Jefferson Middle School and Surfside Educational Academy, I'm under the perception that they're both under construction. So how does that play out with the school providing access, and how much access is there at those two campuses?
So when we've had sites that are under construction, they've not been accessible for permitting. The field needs to be open for use for us to permit it. And so the hours allocation would be limited to, or would be expanded at the other sites.
So, but would it be possible to look at two other schools that are more accessible, that have adequate fields, versus having those two schools that are under construction?
So Councilmember Figueroa, when we identified the list of schools, what we did was look at the condition of the fields and which ones we would most realistically be able to use for our own programs or be able to have our permittees use. And so we landed on those sites. We could certainly look at others and discuss with the district about expanding the number of sites. But as I mentioned, the funding that we provide is specifically for improvements on the 6 sites, and so we want to make sure that when we're permitting that the fields are actually in a condition that's playable.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. I'm going to go to item number 17, and then we'll go back to 16. This is the advance written request to reserve time to speak. Ken Layton, followed by Ronald Owens, followed by Louise Bama. And these are each 5 minutes.
Thank you. All right, let's not forget 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea at Star Theater in 1962 or 3, and of course, Hard Day's Night at the Crest in 1964. But I digress. But anyway, at the last meeting, I spoke about how Rick Robinson, his reelection campaign seemed to be a honeypot for all sorts of developers who figured out that he is certainly worth contributing to get what you want. Howard Jacobs, $9,900, Mr. Fishbach, $1,000. And some people ask, well, what's so wrong if Fishbach gives $1,000 to a city councilman? Well, it's interesting that last month there was a fire at 811 South Pacific Street. Now, the fire was put out immediately by the fire department, and it was contained to the garage, and there was nobody was hurt. But as it turns out, this 5,900 square foot building on the beach has 9 bedrooms and 11 bathrooms. Multiple families were displaced. This is a beachfront hotel that is not zoned to be a hotel. Fishbach knows that Carlsbad says no to such abuse of the system. And he knows that Oceanside neighbors hate what he does to their neighborhood. And he knows that he has got to keep a chummy relationship with whatever city councilman will take his donation. So that's the issue. Now, then we have the whole issue of what I brought up last week was the Levine Law. The Levine Law specifically says in the state of California, if you get more than $500 from a developer, you're not supposed to vote on it for 12 months. Well, as it turns out, there was a developer by the name of Dustin Campbell, and he had a long correspondence with Mr. Robinson, and he gave Mr. Robinson $1,000, and his wife gave Mr. Robinson $1,000 last October. And then, because of Ricky James, who is a candidate for city council, he was able to research through public records requests and through another, I can't remember what it is, but anyway, if you contact him, he will tell you, he will share all this with you. And I think it's through his Facebook or Instagram, Ricky James Oceanside. He has everything documented. And there was a direct quid pro quo from Mr. Robinson to the developer, Dustin Campbell, about his business, and it had something to do with South Morro Hills 47 LLC. And it's very interesting that this went on for months. And in fact, there was Darlene Nicandro, who was in charge of the planning department for a while, said this in a June 26, 2025 email. Hi, Mr. Campbell. Council member Robinson reached out to me regarding the conditional use permit, your approval for the conditional use permit, and that you, meaning Mr. Campbell, submitted to the city. And sure enough, in May of this year, the council, Mr. Robinson brought forward the CUP, and he voted yes on it, and it did pass. The point is that this is a brazen abuse of the Levine Law, and there's a 30-day window there where I guess you can give the money back in time. Well, the June 30th was the last time there were any declarations of money coming in or going out, and you didn't record it. You broke the Levine Law, Mr. Robinson, to accommodate somebody who gives you a donation, because according to your own records, you did not give the money back within that 30-day time. And I urge anybody to go see this timeline that Mr. James
Thank you very much. Next is Ronald Owens. Ronald Owens.
Good evening. I want to talk about this evening COVID-19 vaccines that are administered here in your city. My name is Ronald F. Owens, Jr. I was a public information officer at the California Department of Public Health for more than 14 years. I learned on April 14th, 2022, Department of the Secretary for Health and Human Services, he was commenting about the COVID-19 vaccines, and he said, quote, "We know these vaccines are killing people of color, Blacks, Latinos, indigenous people at about 2 times the rate of white Americans." I shared this information with my management. 4 days later, in that email that I sent, I indicated that there were injuries of allergic reactions of people who took the COVID-19 vaccine. Visual paralysis, miscarriages, heart attacks, heart inflammation, seizures, strokes, and sudden deaths. Unfortunately, they made it about the messenger, me, and not you. More important, you and 40 million other Californians. Long story short, I retired prematurely, incurred a 55% pay cut. I'm not sharing this to toot my horn. I'm just sharing you that I would not have risked a six-figure salary job if I wasn't convinced that these vaccines are killing people. Since then, I have submitted written notification to all 58 county boards of supervisors, including San Diego County. Since then, I have traveled around the state. I went to San Diego Board of Supervisors yesterday, my 55th in-person appearance. Julie Threet, who's listening on the In All Tyranny space, she's COVID-19 vaccine injured, has traveled with me. You guys have been failed by the feds, the CDC, the FDA, the Department of Health and Human Services Secretary. You guys have been failed by the California Department of Public Health, the Board of Pharmacy. You guys have been failed by San Diego Board of Supervisors. I provided them written notification on July 29th, 2024. Have you heard about that regarding the COVID-19 vaccines? I suspect not. I followed up and sent them written notification again on December 12th, 2024. Did you hear anything from your public health officer for this county? I suspect not. I appeared before San Diego County Board of Supervisors yesterday. Did you hear about the COVID-19 vaccines are killing people? I suspect not. And I also followed up that notification, or in-person appearance, by sending them another written notification. You are one of, 18 cities in this county. You have about 20 pharmacies that are still administering the COVID-19 vaccines. These vaccines are killing people at an alarming rate. And the information that I'll send to you, I'll let you know the press that I've reached out to. The California News Publishers Association, I believe that your local newspaper belongs to CMPA. The California Broadcasters Association, several other associations across the United States, in Washington State, in Louisiana. Major newspapers, political, and so forth and so on. I don't know what you guys can do, because I know that you are under the county, but I would urge you to do something regarding notifying your population or connecting with the pharmacies that are in this city. I don't have those kind of answers. You've got a brain trust of very able staff regarding city manager or your attorney, or ask the county health officer to address this issue. I indicated to them and 57 other county board of supervisors that I'm more than willing to come back and bring the vaccine injured. Julie Threet of Butte County. There's a lady named Lori who's probably listening on X. She's vaccine injured. Talk to them. Don't ignore them. I would love for humanity, as we all do.
Thank you very much.
We must not ignore this issue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Louise Bama. Hey, Louise.
Hi, Mayor Sanchez. And
How
the
does
council that's
retirement
here.
feel?
I know, it was 20 years on the Planning Commission and 4 on EDC, so it's been 24 years serving. I like the new and improved nameplates, though. Those are cool. Anyway, Louise Bama, South Morro Hills. I'm here as a vice president on the board of the California Surf Museum. No other museum in the continental U.S. is accredited and has been celebrating for 40 years and is open and provides the amount of exhibits that the California Surf Museum does. Other museums may have more square footage and more collection, but they don't have the thousands of visitors that we get every month that come in the doors, the hundreds of thousands that visit our website and our social media platform, and the hundreds and all the kids and the teachers that come in every month and get the tours from our fabulous docents. Oceanside has the California Surf Museum. The Surf Museum gathers a ton of media exposure too, much more than any of the other museums do. Like an example is just recently we had a collaboration with the Longboard Club, where we brought our existing exhibit of the ancient Hawaiian surfboards that are humongously huge and brought them down to the beach, and we had professional surfers, of course, surf them, but it was like got tons of TV, social media, and everybody on the beach was just in awe of the spectacle it created. So stuff like that happens because of the California Surf Museum. So in looking ahead and how we can continue to grow and provide more for the California Surf Museum, the Oceanside residents, the Oceanside itself, its visitors, just like the OMA and the Brooks have done with their expansions, we are also looking at expanding our museum and staying in Oceanside as part of the expanding Oceanside's cultural district, which we're pretty proud to be that we've established that. As an architect for the existing building, I'm working currently with contractors like Bicor and the contractor that actually built the Surf Museum, who actually, by just another little subtitle, we actually came in under budget when we built the Surf Museum back in the day. So that was kind of cool. So I'm working with him to try to come up with a plan on how we can increase the square footage, but how most importantly, we can keep the doors open during construction, which is hard to do. But I'm going to try to get this figured out, because we got to keep the doors open in order for Oceanside to still benefit from all the stuff that we do for the city and for the Surf Museum itself. So our building right now sits on 6,000 square feet. It's owned by the city. Our museum currently has about a little over 5,000 square feet. Our current exhibit space is 2,200 square feet. The proposed 3-story addition would increase the exhibit space by 40% on the ground floor, which would be huge. It would increase our archives and collection space, conference room by 1,200 square feet, providing not only more room to preserve and increase the collection, but space for educators, historians, students, and community to have access to the surfing culture and history and provide additional meeting space for the community. The proposed addition would also give us 1,200 square feet of office space to better serve the museum's needs, increasing productivity, executing exhibits, promotions, and marketing, and more exposure for the Surf Museum and for Oceanside. The California Surf Museum sits in the heart of Oceanside's cultural district. OMA, the Brooks, the Star, Artist Alley, the Oceanside Farmers Markets, the Sunset Market, they're all our neighbors, and it's a perfect spot for the Surf Museum to continue to grow. I will be bringing to you our plans and hope you will see the importance of this investment in our city, community, and our visitors. Thank you very much. And thank you all for supporting the Surf Museum. I'm sure a lot of you do.
Thank you, Ms. Obama. We're just so very, very proud of the California Surf Museum. All right, we're going to go ahead and go back to item number 16. By the way, how many speakers do we have on this item?
On item number 16, we have 16 speakers.
16.
16 on 16.
How many speakers do we have on items not on the agenda?
We have 20 speakers on off-agenda comments.
Okay, how many speakers do we have on item 19?
We have 21 speakers on item number 19.
Must be remote.
Some of them are remote, but a lot did take advantage of signing up early.
All right. We'll just go ahead and move into item number 16, but I'm giving notice right now that we're going to be cutting time to 2 minutes each. 2 minutes each on item 16, also on public communications on off-agenda items, and also on the council item. So if you have written out your comments, please work on reducing it down to 2 minutes. I actually do have a proposal with respect to item 19, the council item, basically to bifurcate the question, because there are really two distinct questions on here. One is with respect to the prioritizing of the 2 athletic fields at El Corazon, and then separately there is the request regarding artificial turf. So I'm going to be bifurcating the two and requesting that they actually be split in two in terms of even the speakers. So if you signed up for the whole thing, but you only want to speak on one item, well, actually, I'm going to give each one 2 minutes each on that. So, because you can't really say a whole lot less than that. But just giving you the heads up on what I'm thinking about doing, but definitely in terms of public comments, split down to 2 minutes. Thank you very much for your consideration on this. So item number 16, staff recommends City Council address modifications of Phase 3 of the storefront cannabis licensing process requested by applicants and provide direction regarding staff's recommendation to conduct a blind lottery among 3 tied applicants for the city's final allotted license. We have a presentation by Dane Thompson, our city senior planner. Mr. Thompson?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members. Dane Thompson with the Planning Division, presenting item number 16 regarding cannabis local license recommendation. In August 2025, the City Council established the storefront retail cannabis program, allowing up to 4 licenses total. 17 applications were received, 2 of which were the city's existing operators, which were granted a streamlined process by the City Council. Those businesses were issued licenses earlier this year, reducing the number of unissued licenses to 2. The application process was constructed with 3 phases to determine the highest quality applicants through a merit-based system. Phase 1 consisted of completeness reviews, where the consultant determined if an application was missing any materials. All applications were determined to be complete during this phase. Phase 2 consisted of the consultant's review of all applications based on the evaluation criteria adopted by the City Council. 9 applications received the top application score and advanced to the final round. The final phase, staff interview panels, were designed to determine who should be awarded a local license through a blind ranked choice vote. As discussed at the last City Council meeting, the Chief of Police was removed from the Phase 3 panel due to a potential conflict. The results of the ranked choice vote are shown on the screen here. As you can see, there's a 3-way tie for second place, which creates an issue when there are only 2 licenses available. Staff did not anticipate a tie resulting from the ranked choice vote, given the extremely low likelihood of that occurring, and therefore tie-breaking procedures were not adopted into the application guidelines. Staff decided the best course of action to break the tie in a fair and impartial manner would be a public lottery. Staff suspended that lottery to obtain City Council direction after receiving a letter from the 3 tied applicants, which requested licenses for all. Staff has hereby laid out 3 main options for the City Council to resolve the issue. The options are conducting a blind public lottery, issuing licenses to all Phase 3 finalists, increasing the license cap from 4 to 6, or modifying the Phase 3 process in a different way as desired. Staff is recommending option 1, the blind public lottery, as it would be fair and unbiased, and it would be a fair and unbiased way to break the tie while respecting the City Council's desire of issuing up to 4 licenses. Staff does not believe a lottery at this stage would contradict the merit-based nature of the application process, as all 3 tied applicants were found to be equally meritorious. Option 2 is the tied applicant's request, which would issue licenses to the 3 tied applicants as well as the first place applicant as determined by the ranked choice vote. This would increase the cap from 4 to 6 licenses. Pursuant to the municipal code, City Council can increase the applicable license cap via resolution. Therefore, staff has prepared a resolution for this option, should that be the council's desire. In an effort to respect the current 4 license cap as much as possible, staff wrote the resolution such that if any licenses fail to establish by the deadlines of the code, those licenses would not go back into the pool until there were no more than 4 licenses. Should the City Council not find options 1 or 2 desirable, it may modify the licensing process in another way, such as re-interviewing applicants with new panelists or conducting a second ranked choice vote of the tied applicants. The fiscal impact of this item depends on the option chosen. No fiscal impact is expected for option 1, and option 2 may increase future tax revenue. The impact of option 3 depends on the method. As discussed, staff recommends endorsing the decision to conduct a blind public lottery. That concludes my presentation, and I'll be available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. And again, how many
16.
speakers? 16. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and get started.
All right. As you see your name on the screen, we have 2 available podiums. Make your way to the next available podium once you see your name on the screen. Our first speaker is Daniel Fortel, to be followed by Dustin Moore, to be followed by Valley Gilly.
Yes, hi, everyone. My name is Daniel Fortel. My name is actually misspelled there, but just for the record, it's Firtel. I am the CEO and majority owner of Oceanside Retail OpCo, and we are one of the 3 that came into a tie. I'm an Oceanside resident here. I live here with my wife and my 3 small kids. This was a dream of mine to open a store in my own city where I live and raise my family. We followed all the rules, went through the processes, and by all validations, we were chosen, but we were in a tie. I do feel strongly that it's in the city's best interest to allow all the 3 ties to move forward. As we've mentioned, it doesn't guarantee that everyone gets open. And as you look at other cities around California, rarely, if ever, do all of the locations actually get open. So this actually gives the city the best chance to have 4. And it also mitigates the risk of further potential lawsuits from the people that don't get what they want. And so this is kind of a win-win. It seems like a logical solution to a problem that the city has, even though it was a small chance that this was going to end up in this way. Seems like a very fair way to make people satisfied. And most importantly, the 3 ties are willing to indemnify the city if that is the option that you guys choose, which is option 2. And we are strongly suggesting that the city chooses option 2. So thank you for your time and your consideration from a longtime Oceanside resident. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Dustin Moore, followed by Valley Gilly, followed by Robbie Haas. Please, there are 2 podiums. Please approach the podiums and be ready to go.
Good
Valley?
evening, Mayor, City Council, and staff. My name is Dustin Moore, and I'm the co-founder of Embark. I want to start by sincerely thanking the staff and the council for the multiple years that it's taken to get to this point in the process. Our ask tonight is simple. Please support option 2, exactly as staff presented it. Option 2 uses the same precedent set by the council that resolved the tie at phase 2 by advancing the applicants in the process found equally qualified rather than picking a winner by chance. Staff's own report confirms the guidelines never actually established a way to break a tie at phase 3, so a lottery would not be following the merit-based spirit of the adopted process. It would be improvising a new one at the last possible moment after the council originally rejected the lottery concept. Please understand that option 2 does not necessarily mean that you'll end up with more than 4 dispensaries operating in the city. It simply allows the tied applicants to move into the same entitlement process every other applicant has to complete. I'd ask you to look no further than Santee, where more than a year after the selection, only 2 of the 4 licenses are open. Simply put, if operators don't perform, the license cap would get adjusted down under this process, and your staff did a great job capturing that concept in the resolution before you this evening. Your city budget accounted that choosing option 1 tonight risks your city budget accounts for 4 operational stores, and option 2 gives you the best chance of actually reaching that number. We are also concerned that choosing option 1 tonight risks landing you in option 3 anyway, through litigation rather than by choice. A decision this consequential, resolved by chance, instead of the merit-based process the council adopted and the precedent set in phase 2, is the kind of decision that invites a legal challenge. We respectfully ask you to stay the course you set at phase 2 and adopt option 2 tonight. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Valley Gilly, followed by Robbie Haas, followed by Michael Milano.
Thank you, Council. I'm a lifelong resident of Oceanside and a long-term business owner. I'm here with Embark, and I feel really strongly about, I don't want to waste anyone's time because there's a lot of speakers, but I'm not here for option 1. I feel that we said that we didn't want to do a lottery from the beginning, and so I would like to also not do option 3 because I feel like it could be a waste of time and funds, and I don't want to do that. I feel like the best option here is 2. We don't need to go into it. You're going to hear a lot of speakers, but I just wanted everyone to know like where I stood on that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Robbie Haas? Not here? How about Michael Milano, followed by Ellen Peterson? Please approach both podiums and be ready to speak.
Hi, I'm Michael Milano, a longtime Oceanside resident. In fact, I've lived here my entire life with the exception of my time in the Army as an infantry officer. My son and son-in-law are currently on Pendleton. One's forward deployed with the 11th MU in the Middle East. And so we're long time, raised 3 kids in the city. I'm advocating to issue the license to the 3 tied applicants. We all had quality applicants. We're all experienced operators, residents of Oceanside, and we feel that the best path for the city from getting 4 operational stores to include maximizing tax revenue is moving forward with the 3 of us who tied for second being issued a license. Thank you, guys. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Ellen Peterson, followed by Lori Peterson, followed by Natalia Miranda.
Tonight, we have a clear, common sense path forward to foster a fair competition and maximize community benefits. I am speaking in support of expanding the city's cannabis resolution, allowing 6 total licenses. By doing so, we can rightfully award permits to the highest scoring applicants who have proven their qualifications through a rigorous merit-based selection process. They are highly professional, respectful, knowledgeable, and deeply dedicated in offering community support. Furthermore, instead of undermining each other or bickering, they have shown a remarkable ability to work together in a professional, unified manner, a manner which should be required within the industry. While I have been an Oceanside resident for nearly 4 decades, and now having been an active part of my local senior community of over 1,200 residents, if there's one common aspect of being a senior, we do not bounce back like we used to. We can be more prone in need of a diverse medical network, which we live. I can say without hesitation, given this 3-way tie place, option 2 is a scenario which is best fitting, giving us more options for seniors or those with disabilities without having to drive to and support another city's revenue. Seeing the collaboration of these 3 applicants gives me the confidence they will bring this exact same constructive spirit to our community as long-term operators. The city's merit-based process was successful and responsible in selecting the best operators to provide options to those looking to discuss the occasional recovery hurdle or maintaining a certain level of comfort if or when needed. Some sporting events continue a tie until that tie is broken, not a lottery, while some, like the Olympics, will respectfully recognize a tie as equally deserving.
Thank you very much. Lori
you.
Peterson, followed by Natalia Miranda, followed by Carmela Munoz.
Good evening, City Mayor and council members. We find ourselves in a unique predicament here with a 3-way tie among very highly qualified cannabis applicants. I do support option 2, as a very good solution for all parties involved. If we look at the numbers, Oceanside is the largest city in North County with approximately 174,000 residents, spanning over 41 square miles. And currently our cap of 4 storefront licenses creates the most restrictive cannabis environment in Southern California. To put that in perspective, San Diego is 1 at 35,000 residents. Vista's at 1 in 19,000. If we keep it at 4, and even if that's all that opens as a result of all of this, and option 2 is done, that would still leave us at 1 store for 43,000 residents. The other issue on choosing option 2 and making sure that we get the appropriate revenue that's generated from this is we also have an issue of basic human compassion. Over 40% of the Oceanside population consists of middle-aged and senior residents, many who would like a choice if they're undergoing medical treatment or they have a disability or a condition, and they rely upon cannabis as a vital alternative to heavy pharmaceuticals without having to resort to using opioids and those conditions. And then finally, the economic reality. Each of these licensees is prepared to make massive financial investment in Oceanside. If we get all these stores open, they're going to be bringing millions of dollars in opening costs, construction, and local permitting. I encourage you to select option 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Natalia Miranda, followed by Carmela Munoz, followed by Karina Delgado.
Good evening, Mayor Sanchez and council members. My name is Natalia Miranda, and tonight I will be the representative for Be the Resistance and voicing our concerns about the proposals regarding the opening of new cannabis storefronts in the city of Oceanside. I would first like to begin with a review of addiction formation. According to the scholarly journal Neurobiology of Addiction, addiction formation can be broken down into 3 distinct stages, with each stage affecting neurological structures crucial to emotional regulation and higher-end thinking. While the legal age for the purchase of recreational cannabis in California begins at 21 years of age, it is not until 25 and beyond that the human brain fully develops, with the last areas being that of one's prefrontal cortex and frontal lobe. Given the destructive and unforgiving nature of addiction, I find the implications of adding multiple cannabis storefronts to the city of Oceanside to be an act of inconsideration and irresponsibility. Though there exist rehabilitation centers to help those struggling with addiction, along with clubs such as Be the Resistance, spreading awareness to the community about adolescent drug misuse, these efforts are often contradicted by the consistent push for businesses whose doors open path to new addiction. Additionally, the opening of new cannabis storefronts sends not only a contradictory message about rehabilitation to recovering addicts, but also desensitizes the impressionable youth to the dangers of addiction by selling the illusion of normalcy through advertisements and increased accessibility. To close, I respectfully ask the decision makers in the city of Oceanside to carefully consider the possible consequences of opening establishments that normalize the use of addictive substances. Let us remember that the true wealth of our city lies not in our material worth, but rather in the minds behind the innovation of the community that we prosper in. Thank you.
Thank you. Carmela Munoz, followed by Karina Delgado, followed by John Byram.
How can I? Good evening, Mayor Sanchez and council members. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Carmela Munoz. I work for Vista Community Clinic, Prevention and Advocacy Program, and I serve as the youth advisor for the Be the Resistance Club at Oceanside High School. I'm here tonight from a youth prevention perspective. My role is to provide information and education about substance use and factors that can affect young people. Adolescence is an important period of brain development, and young people are particularly vulnerable to the effects of substance abuse. Research has found that youth who begin using cannabis at a younger age may be at greater risk for developing problematic use of cannabis use disorder later in life, according to the National Institute of Health. Working with youth, one of the things we focus on is on prevention on preventing, a focus on in prevention is delaying the age of first use and reducing young people exposure and access to substances, encouraging young youth to postpone or avoid drug use can support better decision-making, academic success, and long-term physical and mental well-being. I recognize that cannabis is legal for adults. However, when communities are considering cannabis retail policies, I think it is important to also consider what those decisions may mean for young people. Thank you.
Thank you. Karina Delgado, followed by John Byram, followed by Tamara Rosmus.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. My name is Karina Delgado. I am a program manager for Vista Community Clinic's prevention and advocacy program. My work there focuses on substance use prevention, youth education, community partnerships, and reducing factors that contribute to youth substance use. I am here today to provide a public health and prevention perspective. It is important to recognize that cannabis policy can shape the environment in which young people live, learn, and grow. A recent study published in the American Journal of Public Health found that more protective local cannabis policies and lower retail availability were associated with a lower prevalence of adolescent cannabis use and less problematic cannabis use. The researchers also identified several ways that greater retail availability could affect youth, including the normalization, decreased perceived risk, increased perceived approval of cannabis use, and indirect access through older peers and other sources. I acknowledge that the staff report presents several options for addressing the current licensing process, including the option to issue additional licenses. However, it is important to recognize that while youth cannot legally purchase cannabis, they can still be exposed to cannabis marketing and may obtain cannabis through other means. From a prevention perspective, availability, visibility, perceived accessibility, and the degree to which substance use becomes normalized within the community are all factors that should be considered here today. Lastly, our prevention and advocacy program is available as a community resource. We can provide youth and parent education, prevention materials, information about evidence-based prevention strategies, and we welcome the opportunity to collaborate with the city and any of their community partners. So thank you so much.
Thank you. John Byram, followed by Tamara Rosmus, followed by Hirsch Jane.
Mayor Sanchez and council members, first of all, I want to urge you to do the lottery and keep them at 4. That's the first time in 24 years of coming to this board that I've ever asked you to vote a certain way. For 24 years, I was a paid prevention alcohol and drug specialist. Today, I'm retired, and I'm an Oceanside resident, and that's why I'm here. The state of California, when this whole thing started, issued 18,000 licenses. 10,000 of them have now been given back to the state because they can't make money. Now, it didn't mean that they go out of business. It just means they become illegal, and what they're doing is delivery services. There's very few operations. I tried for 10 years to get law enforcement to do an operation on delivery services. And we gave them the ones that were illegal, but no one did it. And the last thing I'll say is that when you came up with this idea of having them, Councilman Figueroa did bring up that the licenses would give out the money to prevention organizations. That eliminates any legitimate prevention organizations because in their charter, they cannot take money from alcohol, drug, or any other substance. So I urge you to change that.
Thank you. Tamara Rosmus, followed by Hirsch Jane, followed by 0747.
Good evening, Mayor Sanchez, members of the council. I'm going to read very fast. I'm attorney Tamara Rosmus, and along with Gina Austin, represent Noble Victory, one of the city's current cannabis license holders. You've already received Ms. Austin's letter on this agenda item, and I want to briefly underscore those key points. First, the 3 applicants who have already earned licenses through this process, Noble Victory, Medleaf, and March and Ash, unanimously oppose increasing the license cap from 4 to 6. This consensus matters. They are the operators who made and continue to make financial commitments in reliance on the 4 license framework this council methodically, thoroughly, and deliberately adopted last year. Second, the phase 2 comparison is misplaced. The guidelines expressly allow extra applicants to advance past phase 2 in the event of a tie, which was a phase that does not award a license. Third, and critically, cannabis storefront real estate in Oceanside is extremely limited given the city's zoning separation and setback sensitive use restrictions. Why this matters so much to the council. Last year, my clients and I, the owners, are here, sat in this chamber before the council adopted the August 2025 ordinance. We specifically recall Mayor Sanchez and Councilmember Figueroa expressing thoughtful and deeply held concerns about the potential impact of cannabis storefronts and retail on Oceanside's youth. The separation requirements were adopted. The option 2 proposal increasing storefront licenses by 50% completely ignores this community concern. The 3 tied applicants are treating this as an ad hoc attempt at a potential windfall. More licenses competing for the same time-limited buffer-compliant real estate means more waiver requests, pressure on staff, the very policy this council spent so much time considering. The blind lottery is the best way to go, and we urge you to adopt staff's recommendation of option 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we go to remote. Mr. Navarro?
Yeah. Hirsch Jane, if you could press *6 to unmute. Hirsch Jane, you're ready to go. We could start with you. Please unmute yourself, or if you're using your phone, please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, great. My apologies. I was on Zoom, so sorry for the confusion. Good afternoon, Mayor Sanchez and council members. My name is Hirsch Jane, and I'm here on behalf of Oceanside Retail OpCo, which is one of the 3 tied applicants, and I'm speaking to strongly encourage you to adopt option 2. I just want to begin with a practical observation that I think echoes what a lot of speakers have said before. You know, one of the options before you carries substantial more legal risk than the other, right? So option 1 asked the city to defend a lottery that was never included in the application deadlines, but option 2 doesn't require the city to defend a new process at all. And so whether or not anyone ultimately challenges the city's decision, option 2 is the cleaner and more defensible path. So I think that's the first and most important thing that speakers have mentioned before, that option 2 reduces litigation risk, and especially given what some of the previous speakers have said about indemnifying the city. But second, I just want to note that, option 2 gives Oceanside consumers more access and more choice by increasing competition amongst qualified operators. And I really want to underscore that some of these applicants that have tied here are some of the most qualified operators in this space and have the ability to, create a very robust retail ecosystem in Oceanside. And third, as some of the speakers have mentioned before, option 2 gives the city the best opportunity to actually achieve the 4-store program it envisioned. Speakers have said before that not every selected applicant opens, and so advancing all 3 of these finalists creates a stronger pipeline and increases the likelihood that Oceanside ends up with the robust retail landscape it envisioned. And so the final thing that I want to say is that a more qualified group of operators will create more jobs, it'll distribute customers across more locations and reduce a lot of the issues that the city was concerned about: traffic, parking, congestion. So in conclusion, I just want to say option 2 is fair, it's very practical, it's consistent with the process that the council established, and as has been said before, it really is the lower risk path for the city. So thank you for your time, and I respectfully urge the council to adopt option 2. Thank you.
Thank you. If you registered with the phone number with the last 4 digits of 0747, please press *6 to unmute yourself, and you have 2 minutes. We do not see anybody with that registration, so we'll move on to Micah L. Bailey. Micah, you have 2 minutes. Press *6 to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Sanchez and council members. I'm an attorney and I represent 5 Star Greens, an applicant that earned a perfect 100, which is the same score that every applicant now in line for a license received in the vote. I appeared a couple weeks ago, and I won't repeat the comments I made last week, but we appear here again tonight to voice the objection that we had on the manner in which the Phase 3 interviews were conducted. There was the police chief issue, but also I just wanted to point out that I think the city could benefit by taking a closer look at some of the materials that some of the applicants have submitted, specifically on the topic of Oceanside residents. It would behoove the city to at least conduct a follow-up investigation and spend time on this, because we've had the opportunity now to look at some of the applications that we're submitting, and we have some serious questions about some of the applicants' information and documentation that they submitted to get the 10 points to even be in Phase 3. At this point, I just request that the city again pause its processing of the application process, take the time to take a little bit closer look at the application documents, and at the end of the day, we would support option 3, but we would ask that it also extend to the other applicants who did not, who advanced to Phase 3 but did not or not currently be considered for a license. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eric Lightman. Mr. Lightman, please unmute yourself. If you're using a phone, please press *6 to unmute yourself, and you have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Sanchez and council members. My name is Eric Lightman, and I'm general counsel for Embark, one of the 3 applicants tied for second place. I would urge you to consider option 2 as the best option that stays closest to the process you've built. In February 2025, the council considered a lottery and rejected it, instead favoring a merit-based approach. What the guidelines never addressed was what to do when the merit-based process produces a tie. A lottery answers that question by abandoning merit at the final step. Advancing all tied applicants answers it by extending the principle you already applied at Phase 2, where every tied applicant advanced even though it exceeded the stated number. Option 2 is continuity. A lottery is a deviation. Option 2, therefore, is the cleaner path for the city. A lottery ends with 2 applicants eliminated by chance from a process this council designed to be decided on merit, and eliminated under a tiebreaker that appears nowhere in the adopted guidelines. California courts have looked closely at cities that departed from their own adopted licensing procedures. In CV Amalgamated versus the city of Chula Vista, the Court of Appeals held that Chula Vista could not deviate from the procedures it had adopted. I raise that not as a threat, but as a structural observation. Option 1 ends with excluded parties and a novel procedure to defend, whereas option 2 ends with no excluded party at all. It resolves the tie without asking the city to defend anything. Any applicant losing in a late added lottery will have ample grounds to sue and prevail against the city. On indemnification, every applicant advancing under option 2 has already agreed as a condition of applying to indemnify and defend the city in connection with our applications. Under option 2, the city moves forward with every remaining applicant bound by that commitment, and the safeguards stay in place. Attachment 3 already protects the 4-store cap. If licenses miss the code deadlines, those additional licenses are eliminated. Licenses are non-transferable for 4 years. Staff's own report notes that awarding...
Thank you.
And that's time. Yeah, thank you. That concludes our speakers.
All right, thank you very much. Does staff wish to make any other comments?
Honorable Mayor, I didn't hear any questions or any comments that warranted a response.
All right, I'm going to take the prerogative of speaking first, because I may be a minority opinion on the dais. I grew up in the east side of Oceanside, as did my dad, and it was the neighborhood, Barrio Pozole was the neighborhood that was truly criminalized because of the war on drugs. Our young, especially young men, were served a lot of time, spent time in jail or prison. There was once upon a time, if you had an ounce of marijuana, you could go to prison. So we have a very, very bad experiences in history for the East Side. It was the first neighborhood, Latino neighborhood. It was actually the poverty neighborhood for the city of Oceanside for, well into the 70s. There wasn't a suggestion that maybe we should be looking at populations, and so Oceanside should have many more shops because of our population. Well, actually, the voters of Vista decided on 11 shops, and so they had the monopoly. They had the whole North County, and yet half of them are failing. They will continue to be in business, whichever ones end up continuing on. City of Oceanside is highly urban. It is just about everywhere you go, you're within a stone's throw of a residential neighborhood, or a park, or a school. And this is a real problem. It's not like other areas where there might be, say, industrial uses or more like commercial uses. Oceanside really went the way of residential, more so than any of the other cities. My concern is about our youth, and that is, I want to be the voice for our youth, because I saw so many kids growing up in the East Side that started using marijuana. Actually, marijuana and also sniffing glue, and then, from there to other hard drugs. Cocaine was next. I knew folks that were dealing at the school, at the high school. And while I didn't start using marijuana in high school, and I'm going to be very personal here, and I rarely am, but this means so much to me that I'm going to do that. I'm going to go there. I did start using in college. Everybody seemed to be using it. And I became addicted. It became, because, I had so much pressure. I went to a college that I was afraid that I wasn't going to make it. So it became like a mental crutch, made me feel better about myself, thinking that I was a failure or that I was failing. Truly didn't get rid of that feeling until I passed the bar when I was 30, because I was given a number. It was a 38% bar passage rate, and I passed it the first time. And then I decided I have to stop, because I don't want to lose my license. I worked so hard. I went through a really, really tough time finishing college to get into law school. I finally realized after a long time what I really wanted to do, and that is to be a lawyer and to advocate for our communities. So I'm sharing this with you because I wish that I hadn't done it. I wish that I hadn't. And I was actually, as I said, I was 18. My biggest concern, of course, is access. Now, somebody might say, if you're 18, or under 18 or whatever age it is, you can't be sold that. Well, I grew up during a time when alcohol was readily available. Everybody knew somebody that could go in and buy it for them, right? Same thing with marijuana and other things that are in a shop. So I'm really concerned about our youth. Alcohol is on the decline, but marijuana use and abuse is on the rise. I've talked to some teachers that have told me that they're having a difficult time with students that are selling on campus. My biggest concern is actually edibles, because right now, not easy access, not readily available, but it sure will be. Litigation is inevitable. That's not a reason to base such a very critical and very important decision. I am going to be asking my colleagues to keep it at 4. We don't have to rush into this. It was originally 2, and then it went to 4. I know that we've had something that we did not plan for, but we did thoroughly discuss the lottery, and that is something that we can do. Staff is recommending that. I am asking my colleagues to consider that this is about our youth, mostly about our youth. Deliveries still continue. That's probably one of the ways that most of our seniors have access to it. And so I'm really, really asking my colleagues to please go the way we said. We said 4 as maximum. And I am asking you to please consider that we are putting our youth at risk. Thank you. Councilmember Robinson.
Thank you. Without trying to rehash all the things that we did before, I'm just going to move that the council adopt option 2.
Second.
Deputy Mayor Joyce, did you have anything else to say?
Yeah, I just had a couple of questions. What's the next biggest hurdle after an organization receives a license? Is it attaining a CUP?
Councilmember Joyce, that is correct. After being awarded a local license, they have to submit for a CUP, and there's deadlines for them to be awarded one.
Okay, so that's a big hurdle. I mean, they have to have a location, they have to have an approved plan of operation in that space. Is that correct?
Correct. They need to find a location, then get that issued by the city council, which is this body, obviously.
I won't talk about how hard it is to get that done. So now that we're in this process, do we find that folks who are license holders in other cities have trouble getting their storefronts open? Is that a thing that happens in this process? In your research, I know you've been doing this work for years now.
I'm not aware of any trends for that.
Okay. One thing that I did hear from the folks that were already license holders is that there are a lot of restrictions. I would just open it back up to my colleagues as I did before. I think Coast Highway makes a lot of sense to consider adding in at some point, because it does take those licenses away from some of our underserved neighborhoods that we were trying to avoid them all being concentrated around. So just bringing that back up, if anyone wants to pursue that with me, let me know. I wish that staff had selected 2 license holders. I know that they were doing the best that they could with the process that was laid out beforehand, and none of us had the clairvoyance to consider a tie. Our council rejected a random selection, which is why I'm most in favor of doing the one that has identified the meritorious license prospective holders. And from my perspective, option 2 is the best of what we have in front of us. I do think that we're not going to end up with 6. That's just my guess, because of the limited areas by which people can seek these permits, and all of the hoops that it takes to get through. How long, I'm sorry, I forgot to ask this question. How long do they have after they're issued a license before they need to attain this CUP? Is there a timeline?
So to obtain the CUP, a license awardee has 12 months, and then after being awarded a CUP, they have 18 months to be operational.
That's a fast timeline, so it's 2.5 years from issuance to opening, right? It seems like a fast one. I do think that's going to be challenging for some, and I think that is where we're going to see the license numbers still stay around the 4 number. So from my perspective, this is really not about access, and I don't want to rehash anything either. So I'll just say that I support option 2 as I think the best option moving forward.
Councilmember Weiss?
Yeah, I just want to clarify, whether it's Dane or the city attorney, that if we go with option 2, and if one of the license holders fails to get their use permit within 12 months, that license is then forfeited and eliminated. Is that correct?
Councilmember Weiss, that would be correct. It's a little hard to word, but if you're increasing the licenses to 6 through this resolution that's been drafted, they would be forfeited and eliminated until 4.
Until 4.
So the first 2 would be eliminated. If additional licenses didn't become operational, it would stick at 4, and we would add those back into the pool.
Okay, thank you. I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Please vote.
Motion approved, 3-2. Sanchez, Figueroa, no.
Thank you. So how many people again are wanting to speak on item number 18?
That number has now been moved down to 15.
15. And again, 19, how many people there?
19 on 19.
Okay. So why don't we go ahead and start the public, item number 18.
All right, our first speaker is CJ Malualu. I apologize if I mispronounced that. Here. To be followed by Derek Miter. CJ is around here? Okay. CJ. Come down. Hold on. My paper says he's on the right.
Yeah, so you don't want to speak on items on 18, right? No, make sure that he's on the 19 one. All right.
I believe he is.
Yeah. Okay, so Derek Mitri, followed by Matthew Clark, followed by Kayla B.
All right, I'd like to start by thanking the mayor and council members for their leadership to place Measure X, Measure S on the ballot. My name is Derek Mitri. I'm a father, a firefighter, and an Oceanside homeowner. As a firefighter, our job is simple. When someone calls 911, we need to be ready to respond quickly, safely, and with the right equipment and facilities. Yes on Measure S, because it gives Oceanside an additional locally controlled source of funding to address aging infrastructure and strengthen public safety without taking money away from existing essential services. It's about making sure Oceanside has the infrastructure and emergency response capabilities our residents deserve. When people think about fire protection, they think about firefighters who show up at their door, but effective emergency response depends on the entire system. The 911 dispatch and communications, safe and strategically located fire stations, reliable roads and intersections, modern emergency equipment, and adequate training facilities. Measure S provides another tool to keep the system strong. For a person experiencing a heart attack, a house fire, a serious car crash, or another emergency, minutes can make the difference between life and death. That is why investments in 911 response, emergency infrastructure, and roads are simply improvements to government facilities. They are investments in emergency response. The city has identified improving 911 emergency dispatch and response and establishing public safety center as potential uses for Measure S. Oceanside is a large and growing community, and the infrastructure supporting it doesn't get any younger. I want this for my family. I want it for my daughters, for our firefighters associations, and for my daughters, and I want this community to continue to grow and continue to be strong. Thank you.
Thank you. Matthew Clark, followed by Kayla B., followed by Charlie Bowen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, honorable council members and city staff. My name is Matthew Clark. I'm a resident in Oceanside, and I'm the current Oceanside Firefighters Association president. I would like to humbly convey our support for Measure S. One of the strongest reasons to support Measure S is the money stays local. The city says the measure would generate funding only for use in Oceanside, with no ability for the state or county to take those funds away. As firefighters, we believe Oceanside residents should have a say in how Oceanside's public safety needs are addressed. Local problems deserve local solution. We also understand that residents expect accountability for every dollar they pay. Measure S includes annual spending plans, public disclosure of expenditures, public hearings, an independent citizen oversight committee, and transparency about how that money is spent, much of which we have seen through Measure X. The measure would also expire after 10 years rather than continuing indefinitely, and that's important. Residents deserve to know where the money goes, and Measure S provides mechanisms to help hold the city accountable. The proposed increase is a half-cent sales tax on non-essential items. The city estimates that represents 50 cents on $100. For firefighters, the question is whether that relatively small contribution is worth strengthening the infrastructure and emergency response systems that every Oceanside resident may one day depend on. We believe it is. In closing, as firefighters, we don't get to choose when the emergency happens. We have to be ready every day, and we need our emergency systems to work. We're asking Oceanside voters to say yes on S, because investing in infrastructure is investing in public safety, and public safety is what we do every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Kayla B., followed by Charlie Bowen, followed by Bob Ashton.
Hey guys, Mayor, Councilman, my name is Kayla, and today I'm here to talk about affordable housing. Every single day, I talk to people directly about their concerns here in Oceanside, and every single day I hear the same exact thing. I can't afford to live here anymore. Every single day, I watch as the city gets sold to the highest bidder with no regard for anyone at all. I understand that a lot of this development is out of your control. I understand that we need housing, but what I don't understand is why there is a lack of advocacy on this council to protect people of Oceanside that can't afford these luxury homes. Leaving 10% for affordable units isn't advocacy, it's the bare minimum, and we're all tired of the bare minimum. We all know these developers are only doing it so they can continue to get density bonuses, so why not ask for more? 20%, 30%, would that really push them over the edge? We need to stop catering to the developers before our own community. As we speak, Lennar is marketing homes in Oceanside as investor ready. How does that benefit us? Rick Robinson, how does this benefit you? By receiving thousands of dollars from Howard Jacobs, what's happening there? I think the people deserve to know, and I think for once you should actually give a response. Because the working people that you say you represent as a councilman are hurting, and they deserve answers. Can you
address the whole council, please?
Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you. And actually, Kayla B., it's actually 15%. It's not 10%.
Okay.
And we are advocating as much as possible against these horrible state laws.
That's your
Thank
opinion.
you.
Thank you.
Charlie Bowen, followed by Bob Ashton, followed by Diane Nygaard.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Charlie Bowen, Communications Director for Save Oceanside Sand. SOS supports a yes vote on Measure S this November, primarily because it provides $20 million for beach restoration. Oceanside's beaches are perhaps the city's most undervalued asset. In our view, the beach is the economic engine of Oceanside. It makes sense to maintain that asset and to secure the funding necessary to restore it. If the city is unsuccessful in securing grant funding for Rebeach, there is currently no backup funding plan. Given Oceanside's significant investment in this project, that should concern us. Measure S can put the city in a much stronger position to implement Rebeach and restore one of Oceanside's crown jewels. But Measure S is about more than our beaches. It will help fund road improvements, Pierview Bridge, Fire Station 8, and other infrastructure our city cannot otherwise afford. And as an Eastside resident, believe me, there's some streets I'd like to see fixed. For years, I've stood before you advocating for beach restoration. That work has also given me a firsthand look at Oceanside's budget and capital improvement program. Most residents probably don't realize how long the list of unfunded projects is, or how difficult the decisions are about what gets funded and what has to wait. We may not always agree on those decisions, but I give the city credit for continuing to balance a very tight budget. At some point, though, we have to decide what kind of city we want to leave to those who come after us. We can watch our roads, beaches, bridges, and public facilities continue to deteriorate, or we can invest in them. I love this city. I want to see it continue to improve, and I want the Oceanside we leave behind to be better than the one we inherited. That's why SOS supports of Measure S, and that's why I personally will be voting yes in November. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Ashton, followed by Diane Nygaard, followed by Larry Warner.
Good evening, City Council, city staff, fellow Osiders. I'm Bob Ashton, longtime resident and CEO of Save Oceanside Sand. Investing in Oceanside's future. Oceanside is a great place to work and live, and we have an opportunity to make sure it stays that way for generations to come. Measure S, being a 1.5-cent sales tax, is focused on investing in infrastructure, and our community depends on. These aren't luxuries, they're essential investments in our everyday quality of life, our safety, and the future of our city. First, our roads. We all see the potholes, the aging pavement, and deteriorating streets. Investing now in maintenance is far less expensive than waiting until the roads require complete reconstruction. Secondly, our beaches. Our coastline is one of Oceanside's greatest assets. It's an economic investment that will generate a return that can be reinvested in roads, public safety, and other infrastructure. Third, replacing the Pierview Bridge is an investment in a critical connection between our downtown neighborhood and waterfront. Fourth, fire and police facilities. Investing in public safety infrastructure is an investment in the safety and resilience of all Oceanside's residents. Most importantly, accountability matters in this case. City council members and staff should make a clear commitment that Measure S funds will be dedicated to these identified infrastructure priorities and not diverted to unrelated spending. A community oversight committee separate from Measure X should be established to recommend approval of funds for the key identified projects, providing transparency and report regularly to the public. Yes on Measure S is an investment in our roads, our beaches, our waterfront, our public safety, and ultimately in Oceanside's future. And for that reason, Save Oceanside Sand supports Measure S. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane Nygaard, followed by Larry Warner, followed by Jimmy Knott.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council. Like several of you, I attended the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the Crown Heights Community Center last Saturday, and what a great event that was. And what a thoughtful restoration of this historic Irving Gill building. It was lovely. But how could you spoil all of that by surrounding this beautiful building with toxic plastic turf and not one living plant in sight? I don't think you would have done that in your neighborhoods. I don't think you would have done it in my neighborhood. Why would you do it in Crown Heights? We require developers to cover 25% of their site with landscaping. Plastic grass is not landscaping. We require developers to plant trees. We expect our city to set a good example, not to ignore the rules that apply to everyone else. I urge you, please take whatever action is needed to ensure this never happens again. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry Warner, followed by Jimmy Knott, followed by Sandy Beal.
On February 10th, 2026, the SOC reviewed an OPD investigation of a complaint alleging bias by the OPD police officers. The OPD found this complaint to be unfounded, which means the alleged acts did not occur or did not involve department members. The SOC disagreed with that finding. 4 months later, June 11th, City Attorney Candelario presents his SOC case review procedure supplement to the PFC, which significantly narrows the focus of the SOC and would keep something like this from ever happening again. The SOC is now becoming a quality control arm of the OPD, run by the OPD, no longer designed to provide transparency and accountability to the OPD. The narrowing of the SOC focus is moving in the wrong direction and is not what the community asked for. Let me quote from the document itself. The SOC does not conduct independent, this is what it is going to do now. The SOC does not conduct independent investigations, re-adjudicate the underlying conduct, analyze criminal elements, or impose discipline. These procedures establish a structured review protocol that focuses SOC's work on its quality control mandate. The question will not be asked, what did the police officers do? The new question is, did they investigate it according to their procedures? That is not what the SOC will be about. And I urge this committee or council to take a stand and to say, hey, this needs to be looked at again because it wasn't discussed publicly. Thank you.
Thank you. Jimmy Knott, followed by Sandy Beal, followed by Michael Kelly, Bob Pennington. Is that one person or two? Okay, thank you.
Mayor, council members, thank you. It was a great, wonderful event over the grand reopening of the community center at the Americanization School. And I have to say, no matter who you were, Hispanic, Anglo, whatever you were, it was a big family. It was a wonderful celebration. And if you were there, everything was provided. You didn't have to worry about anything. And the people were one. It was Oceanside. And I wanted to thank all the city staff and everyone who participated, all the vendors and everyone that was there, the politicians, everyone. It was wonderful. I was really impressed. And to thank the workers who helped put it together and made the place into something that the community can be proud of. And I look forward to seeing it being used. On the other side of the coin, this Measure X, well, at Measure S, we're going to be debating it over a period of time. There's a lot of questions. It's a regressive tax. It's going to hit the poor and those who are low income, seniors who can't afford too much. It's going to hit hard. And a lot of people don't realize that. But that's going to come out in the near future. I won't spend time on that tonight. I want to celebrate the celebration that we had this last Saturday.
Thank you.
And thank you.
Sandy Beal, followed by Michael Kelly, Bob Pennington, followed by Glenn Mills. So Sandy Beal's not here? Okay, sorry. Michael Kelly, Bob Pennington, is that you?
Correct.
Okay, followed by Glenn Mills, followed by 1822 and 1428.
It's an honor and privilege to speak with you and council. I take my hat off to you all. I got a safety issue for number one. I did 3 years from a guy riding a bicycle down the sidewalk who I thought was doing something unlawful and took matters into my own hands. I was told, don't do that again. Well, I talked to a police officer the other day about a guy riding a bicycle, scooter down the hill, the Z Market, and he said, oh, I'll go talk to him right now. He drove out there and he drove the opposite direction. That didn't make me feel too good, okay, people? Second of all, you guys charge a lot of cars. why don't you set plugs up for people with scooters and phones and make a little extra money doing that? I think it'd be a great idea, and so does the public. And third, I got my vehicle impounded due to oversized vehicle tickets. I got 6 of them. It's disparaging. I don't have fixed income and I'm handicapped, and he hit me at the end of the month. And then you guys take a big recess, which was a bummer. I understand that the private sector, the cities, Mayor, could possibly bring some relief to this. I talked to the members of the, said, here, get online and do this and that. No, the DMV wants all their money at once. Don't make payment. So if there's any way you could help me out with that, I've got my financial docket right here. It shows that I live on fixed income and I'm handicapped. We need safety in the streets for the public, Don't have people riding bicycles down the darn sidewalk, people. And do something about what you're supposed to do, uphold the law, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to ask you to meet with Michael Gossman, who is our Assistant City Manager. He's in the back there. He's going to meet you outside to talk about your tickets. Thank you very much. Thank you. Glenn Mills? And then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Navarro, our city clerk, for our remote speakers. Is he here?
No.
Oh, he's gone. Okay, so I'll turn it over to you now.
Okay, thank you. For those of you on Zoom, if you registered with the last 4 digits 1822 of your phone number, please press *6 to unmute, and you have 2 minutes. I don't think that person's on there. Okay, we'll move on to the next speaker. If you registered with the last 4 digits 1428 of your phone number, please press *6 to unmute. And we don't see anybody. All right, our final speaker is Bradley Zeminski. Please unmute yourself, or if you're on your phone, press *6 to unmute, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 2 minutes.
All right, thank you so much. Let me pull up my statement. Here we are. So thank you for the council for allowing me to speak. Before I read the following statement, I just wanted to acknowledge that while I do not personally live in Crown Heights neighborhood, as a resident of Oceanside and a human being, I care about every resident of this city. And also, given my privilege and availability to speak with you all today, I am honored to raise their concerns with you on their behalf. First, the residents of Crown Heights would like to express their sincere appreciation to the city for City of Oceanside and everyone involved with the renovation of the Crown Heights Community Center. This investment demonstrates that our community is valued and recognized as an important part of our city. The improvements to this facility create an important opportunity to strengthen community connections and improve the high quality of life for the families who call Crown Heights home. We believe this investment can have an even greater impact if it is accompanied by continued support for the programs that serve children, teenagers, and young adults, providing recreational, educational, athletic, and personal development opportunities during their free time, gives young people positive alternatives, helps reduce exposure to risky situations, and encourages healthy, active lifestyles. Recently, the Measure X budget for 2027 was passed, and several of the youth programming organizations received half or less than half of the budget that they had requested. We also noticed that year after year in the 8-year plan for the Measure X funding, the amount allocated to youth programming consistently decreased each year, while the money allocated to police enforcement and crime prevention or crime enforcement would increase year to year. And we view this as a prioritization of criminalizing poverty and lack of resources over to providing those resources.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay,
That concludes our speakers.
all right, so on to item number 19. Excuse me, yeah, 19 on 19. All right, this is our mayor and her council member item. This is a request by council members Figueroa and Robinson to evaluate and ask staff to return with recommendations to prioritize the athletic fields at Sepul El Corazon Park as a permanent home fields for Oceanside Pop Warner football and Thunder rugby, including dedicated on-site storage to support their operations, and to evaluate the feasibility, sustainability, and costs of installing synthetic turf at the Sepul El Corazon Park athletic fields to support their prioritized use as a permanent home fields for Oceanside Pop Warner and Thunder rugby. And I'm going to turn it over to the council members who put this on the agenda, but I am going to be, as we move forward after they speak, I'm going to be bifurcating the question. So it'll be, we will first hear the public comments regarding the prioritizing of the fields, and then secondly, we will be, after we finish with that, we'll be addressing the issue. So we'll have hearing from the city, from the public, and also the deliberation by council on one item, and then going on to the second item. Each member of the council of the public will have up to 2 minutes to speak, so you may end up speaking on both items or just the one. So I'm going to go ahead and give this over to Councilmember Figueroa, I guess it is.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I have comments that I would like to read, but I know that the coaches are here from Pop Warner and Rugby, and I know that this was brought forward after having extensive meetings with parents and coaches for almost a year now, and hearing about the challenges that they've had for many years now. And so if it's possible, I would like to have those that are here in attendance be able to give the opportunity to speak. They've been here for about 3.5 hours, and then I can share my comments afterwards, if that's okay with you.
Okay, Councilmember Robinson, did you want to?
Yeah, I just so it's real clear, I don't have really any comments, but I think it's important that everybody understand why we brought this forward. You may remember that when we celebrated the championship for Pop Warner, Mayor, you made the comment that the fields would be dedicated to them, and I think they took that to heart, and I know they spoke with Councilmember Figueroa. They've contacted me, and that's why we felt that it was important to get that solidified here at council. And then the other part that you want to take is the field coverings and using synthetic turf, and that came directly from the users, the folks who would be using it, and they'll talk more about it, I'm sure, but I just want everybody to understand why Councilmember Figueroa and myself brought this forward.
All right, thank you. And this is something that I had been, and I think actually Councilmember Weiss also, when we were talking about the fields and actually it was the arena. It was first it was the arena, and then from that discussion, we advocated for the fields, and the fields for especially around football because of we don't have enough facilities, we don't have Parks and Rec facilities or fields for our population, but what we try to do is provide as much access as we can. I did ask Mr. Gonzalez, our Parks and Rec Director, to put this into perspective so that when the folks speak, we know what we're talking about in terms of what's going on around this. So on this, if you could bifurcate your comments and address the prioritizing separately from the turf issue.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. So I wanted to make a couple of comments about the item. We do have a user group classification and field allocation policy that we spent a lot of time putting together, and it specifically contemplated how we would prioritize user groups when a new facility came online. And part of the reason for that was the understanding that Supple would be coming online and we needed a process. So we did take a look at the organizations that would be using a multi-purpose field, and there are 3 Category 3 organizations. Pop Warner is one of those. Our policy does have criteria for how we allocate those new facilities. There are 11 different points that I can definitely list off, and essentially, when there are groups in Category 3, so youth groups that are recreational and 70% plus Oceanside residents, the organization that has the most of those 11 points would be prioritized. So if the council takes no action with respect to taking prioritization, as we look at who would be on Supple Field, Pop Warner would be, based on our existing documents, would be at the top priority. I did also want to mention that Thunder Rugby is problematic in this item because whereas we have been permitting rugby, we do not have a current permit for Thunder Rugby. It is for North County Youth Rugby, which has a different 501c3 than Thunder Rugby. It has similar individuals that are participating, so a lot of the families that played on Thunder Rugby are playing on that group, but it is emblematic of the issue that we run into with club organizations where they splinter off, and so this new North County Youth Rugby would be treated kind of as a new organization. This is the first time that we're permitting them. And if I could just mention that we have been able to provide both Pop Warner and the rugby group space in our parks. There was some collaboration that had to happen between those two groups to allow for the rugby group to meet their needs. But I do want to say that Pop Warner has been prioritized at MLK, and with regard to the dedicated storage, I did want to mention we've looked at DG pads at Supple where we could potentially have storage units on site. I will caution that this creates a precedent that is a problem for our park system. There are a lot of groups that we permit that would like to have storage on site, and our typical response is that we don't provide that. So I wanted to mention that, and I'll defer at this.
All right, so let's go ahead and get started with the speakers. And
we have 19 speakers on this item.
okay. Andrew Tupulua, Teresa Tupulua, Celia Costa, and CJ Malauulu.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. My name is Andrew Tupulua, born and raised in Oceanside. Longtime Bob Warner supporter. Thank you, Maddie, for pointing that out. We appreciate getting the fields, but that's not what it's about. It's about us having somewhere to play our games. We can't play games out there with practice. That's what it's about. Last weekend, we started our season in Tri-City Christian, which is in Vista. It is a private institute. And for the cost of it, we were able to rent the field, pay for referees, and get EMTs. For what Oceanside is charging us just for to use the field. So I can't get everything out in 2 minutes. Right. Also, I appreciate the time, but for sure, Pop Warner still hasn't had anything dedicated to them, and I've been around Pop Warner since '89. Even in '02, when they won their first national, Terry Johnson even said that they wanted to have a field, and this was in '02. And here we are in 2026, 25, back-to-back champs, and we still ain't got nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. Teresa Tipul.
Teresa's not here. My name is Christina Walker. I'm the VP of Oceanside.
I'm sorry.
Speaking on behalf of Teresa.
No, we can't do that, but we could have Celia Costa, CJ, and Diane Nygaard.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Celia Luna Costa, and I have been a resident of Oceanside for most of my adult life. Oceanside has been a part of our lives for many, many years. My 3 children have played, cheered, my husband's coached for 15 years, and I've served on the board for the last 4 years, currently as the secretary of the executive board. Recently, we sent a survey to our members, and one of the questions asked, is there anything you would like the City of Oceanside and the leadership of your organization and families' needs and preferences? And I'd like to use the remainder of my time reading some of those. I also want to point out that one of the questions that we asked was related to, do you want turf? Do you want grass? There's reasons why we understand.
You're going to have a chance to talk about that separately.
So we will talk about, okay,
Just
then
talk
I will
about,
come
yeah,
back.
this,
Okay.
prioritizing.
So I want to read to you some of the, they can't be there, we're in season. But I'm going to just start reading some of those. Our children deserve more than a place to play. They deserve a true home field where they can feel pride, belonging, and the support of the city they represent. A turf field would provide a safe, reliable, low-maintenance space that can be used in all weather conditions, giving our youth consistent access to opportunities to grow. Please help give our kids a field that they can call home and show that the City of Oceanside believes in them, supports them, and values the heart they're bringing in this community. Another one says, far too long, the City of Oceanside has not served our very own youth program to its capacity. Year after year, Oceanside Pop Warner has been around to serve the community with little to no resources. They depend solely on donations and outside resources to uphold the program. The city governing body has a duty to serve the youth, to show the rest of the county and the state what Oceanside truly represents, which is family. Oceanside Pop Warner is a feeder program for both the high schools. The fact that they do not support OPW is a travesty. Thank you. I'll talk about the survey next.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, CJ?
Testing. All right, 2-minute warning. Good evening. I'll begin with gratitude. Thank you for bringing this item forward. The fact that Oceanside Pop Warner and Thunder Rugby are being considered as part of El Corazon's future is meaningful. It proves that Oceanside City Council is listening and that you're taking seriously what the community is asking for. That is meaningful and does not go unnoticed. My name is CJ Malauulu, Oceanside, born and raised. Oceanside athletics prepared me to earn a scholarship, feel my path towards earning my bachelor's, master's, currently working towards a doctorate. Athletics has created opportunities not only for me, but for my family. As a result, I've spent my entire professional career trying to give back. 13 years serving Oceanside Unified School District, 13 years coaching sports locally, El Camino High School, Oceanside High School, Palomar College, Coastal Academy, Thunder Rugby, Mira Costa Rugby, a longtime member of Oceanside Chiefs Rugby. My children are beginning their first year with Oceanside Pop Warner. Item 19 is bigger than fields. Yes, it's access, but even more than that, it's identity and belonging. A dedicated home for Oceanside Pop Warner and Thunder Rugby is a lifetime of meaningful memories. I ask for unanimous support of item 19. A statement of Oceanside and Pop Warner and Thunder that says you are important. You are worth the investment. Oceanside is your home and you belong here. In football, there's something called an audible. That's where you make a last minute change or a check. It sounds like, hey, check, watch the blitz, watch the blitz. You've probably heard Peyton Manning say, Omaha, Omaha. 2 synthetic turf fields at Supple will ensure that our families are not experiencing any audibles due to weather conditions, not making any last-minute changes to the nearest turf field. Hey, check Army Navy, check Vista Sports Park, call them now. 2 turf fields, is it feasible? Absolutely. Sustainability, cost, installation, upkeep. I believe this council can. I believe this council has the ability to make it happen. Oceanside is worth the investment. No audibles for our families. The Supple field is access, equals access. 2 synthetic turf fields at Supple is consistent, uninterrupted access. No audible.
Thank you. Yeah, synthetic, that you're going to have another chance to speak on that. All right, Diane, you're on turf. Okay, Jimmy Knott, followed by Juan Hernandez, followed by Josh Williams.
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Sherry Lane. I don't have children. I don't have grandchildren. So why am I speaking? I get stopped.
Because you want to play football. No? Okay.
I wish I could at my age, yeah. But the thing is that I get stopped by parents in the community. They know that I'm active in trying to resolve things, trying to address things, trying to, seeing how to make things work. And I tell them very simply, speak to their council member. And they said, well, can you come there and speak for me? And I said, well, if I can get a chance, I will. I'm speaking tonight for a lot of parents that are out there here in Oceanside. They feel left out. They feel that they're being ignored. They believe that they're not being given equal access to the fields. They feel they're being shut out. They want to be included. They want it to be opened up. They feel that they are being economically discharged. So if in your heart you can say, we'll open the doors, we'll set a percentage, we'll do something to make sure that the kids of Oceanside will be allowed to play, please consider that and have a heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Juan Hernandez, followed by Josh Williams, followed by Kellen Sue.
Good evening, Mayor Sanchez and City Council members. As you heard, my name is Juan Hernandez. I'm an Oceanside native and now live in District 2. I'm also one of the coaches for both the high school Oceanside rugby team as well as the high school Thunder rugby team. And in full disclosure, I'm a teacher at Oceanside High School. Go Pirates. So if there was anyone who would perpetuate the rivalry between Oceanside and El Camino, it might be me. However, tonight I speak to you about the rare but beautiful collaboration between these two schools as well as our neighboring schools. Though it's outdated, it doesn't really represent the invaluable contributions women have made to the sport. Rugby was often referred to as the ultimate gentleman's sport. In this situation, this old phrase perfectly represents the unity that exists among our players. When they walk on that pitch, they might be Pirates, they might be Wildcats, they might be Sharks, or another mascot during the day. But after school, these young players come together and play as one, representing Oceanside. But as you have heard, our concern is providing them the best possible pitch, right? Or playing field, for those of you who don't know the term. So tonight, I ask you to please consider including Oceanside and Thunder Rugby as primary partners in the use of these proposed fields. We're proud of making rugby so accessible to our families, many of whom are economically disadvantaged. But we're also very grateful for the space that has been carved out for us over the last few seasons. But it would be an honor and a privilege for rugby to have a regular home instead of squeezing every inch of playing space on a field that may not have been designed for rugby. It would be a true blessing and a gift for our players and our families to have a home designed with rugby in mind. And there is a little clarification coming from Josh afterwards, but there's no two splintered organizations. We are one in this same. Thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you, Josh Williams, followed by Kellen Sue, followed by Mika Maeva.
Council members, Mayor, thank you for this opportunity. I want to personally thank Councilmember Figueroa and Robinson for bringing this up for consideration. Thank you. First of all, Thunder Rugby is, North County Youth Rugby is just our 501c3. We do business as Thunder Rugby. There's not a splinter organization. So just to clarify that. I want to say, my name is Josh Williams. I'm the president and a founder of Thunder Rugby. We have been around in the community for since 2012, so 14 years. Our mission is to develop leaders for good through the game of rugby. And one of our key values is we want to make sure every child that wants to play is able to play regardless of their ability to pay. Since 2012, we've served over 1,500 Oceanside families. We have over 250 players every year. And over half of our players get some sort of financial aid because they can't afford, the $400 a year that we charge. So we are a community asset. Some of our players have played, have gone to school, and hear from some of them. I would just say on the field issue, part of the reason, the reality is over 70% of our players are from Oceanside, but we have to call ourselves North County because we have to go to Carlsbad to get fields. We have to go to Vista to get fields. A lot of our home games, we can't play in Oceanside, even though that's where our families are. That's where most of our coaches are. And I don't say that to complain. We're grateful wherever we can. But if we could have a home field here and we could be really where our families are, it would be a benefit to the families, to the organization. I do want to say the City of Oceanside has been a valuable partner. We really are grateful for the fields that we do get. We would just really love a home field. And I do think, and I don't know if should I not say anything about turf now? Is that going to be later?
Yeah, later,
okay.
Please.
All right, so I will just say on that note, I have 5 seconds. I want to say thank you, and I really would appreciate the consideration for a home field. That would be of great value to our.
Thank you. Kellen Sue, followed by Mika Maeva, followed by Dominic Iocovino.
Hi, Kellen Sue. Again, I'm on the Parks and Rec Commission, but just speaking as a resident. The Parks and Rec did spend years on a field allocation document, years and years, and heard from several user groups and about their frustrations. And we have heard repeatedly from Thunder Rugby and from Pop Warner that they just were feeling frustrated about the field. But there was a document that was created, and nowhere in that document was home fields ever really discussed. I do think that there is a problem, and I think if we're going to start doing things like home fields, then what did we just do like that huge document for? I think it also can set a dangerous precedent, because if this was the Breakers here tonight asking for a home field, I think the conversation would look very different. So I just think that this is something that needs to be considered moving forward, and it would require a lot more than just like, yeah, you guys get a home field. It's like, okay, well then we need to really relook at all of this, because if we're going to give them storage, then then we have to give storage to other people. So this isn't as just simple as like, yeah, they deserve it, which I'm not saying that they don't, but then what does that mean for everyone else? The other thing that I wanted to bring up was that we did create something called the Sports Council, or staff created the Sports Council. So that was an opportunity for people to come together and talk, and that might be a really great option. And I don't know how that's been explored, but that's something that should be used for these field problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Mika Maeva, followed by Dominic Iocovino, followed by Joan Bachman.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the Oceanside City Council. My name is Mika Maeva, fourth generation Oceanside resident, born and raised here. I'm representing Thunder Rugby Club and Oceanside High School Rugby, and more importantly, the hundreds of youth athletes and families who are part of the growing rugby community here in Oceanside. Request is simple. Our kids just need a consistent field to play, kind of like how Breakers do have access to Mance Buchanan or the SoCal Sports Complex. Thunder Rugby has been serving the community since 2012, and rugby in Oceanside continues to grow. We now have boys and girls playing across multiple youth age groups, all the way through high school level. We have kids discovering sport for the sport for the first time. and families who have made rugby a major part of their lives. Experienced players also competing at a high level. But despite the growth, one thing still we don't have is a reliable place to call home. In past seasons, we had to schedule our home games at multiple locations throughout the season, whether that be in Vista or Carlsbad. When it gets rainy, we go out to Vista or Carlsbad or a place or a private school that will take our money for, to access those fields or schools. We understand field space in Oceanside is limited and that every youth sports organization has needs. We're not here to take anything away from anyone else. We're just asking the city to recognize that rugby has growth, has grown to the point where our athletes deserve reliable space too. Yeah, I'll speak on turf later. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Dominic, followed by Joan Bachman, followed by Solomon Williams.
Hi, good evening, Council. My name is Dominic Iacovino. I'm a former professional rugby player, current rugby coach with Thunder Rugby, and a proud Oceanside native. I just want to talk to you about my own personal experience and what rugby can do for a young athlete from Oceanside. I was introduced to rugby my junior year of high school, and I was instantly fell in love with the sport. The only problem was at the time, rugby's footprint in Oceanside was much smaller and faced even more challenges logistically than it does today. This pushed me to find a well-resourced club with dedicated training facilities all the way in Irvine that I commuted to daily to pursue my dream. The impact that this club had on my development was huge, and because of them, I attribute so much of my rugby success. I went on to play rugby in college, as well as professionally in Major League Rugby. I've been fortunate to travel the world and see places I would have never dreamed of, all due to rugby. Now today, the City of Oceanside has an opportunity to help Thunder Rugby be that club that I was looking for all those years ago. To be the club that athletes willingly seek out because they know the resources and opportunity that are available to them. The infrastructure is here, the player pool is here. We have coaches that are committed to developing not just rugby players, but young men and women, and all we're missing is a place to call home. Very passionate about this because I'm aware of my fortunate financial situation to go out and seek that environment. Not only do we want to keep Oceanside athletes in Oceanside, a lot of families in Oceanside simply can't provide that sort of opportunity for their children. Over 50% of our athletes are on some sort of financial aid, which means that we owe it to them and their families to foster the environment that they are seeking and the one that they deserve. Just skipping ahead. We're not asking you to invest in a field. We're asking you to invest in the young boys and girls of our community. Rugby gave me an opportunity I didn't know existed, and I believe we owe it to our youth to open the same door for them and give them the opportunity to discover where it can take them. Thank you.
Thank you. Joan Bachman, followed by Solomon Williams, followed by Michael Klein.
Hello, Joan Bachman. I'm president of Friends of El Corazon. On there, this is El Corazon Park. The green and blue sections are park. That's 89% of the park. The other parts are the housing and commercial portions of it. The entire thing is considered El Corazon Park. I'm saying this because we're constantly having to educate people about it. The other thing I want to show you is this. That's a 250-page document that describes every inch of El Corazon. We have spent years and years on this. You approved it, and the picture shown is the 9 parks that look more like you think of as a park, but we consider the whole thing a park. It's a constant effort to keep this moving forward. As you know, I've spoken to all of you about it how many times. I meet with city staff on a regular basis, and we'll be talking to some of them tomorrow also. My son played Pop Warner. He actually got too big for it his last year and switched over to basketball, where he did very well at El Camino, Sam Bachman. I'm really happy to see Dominic, my neighbor, here, doing good. So this park is spoken for. It is for the people of Oceanside. It's for all of the people of Oceanside. And what we do when we make a minor change to that park is full hearings to make those changes. So this is very important to follow a process. Manny explained a process. I think we need to use process, and it does take constant focus to do this. So I'm the mom of 3 boys. They were 3 completely different kids. They played almost every sport, and I'm a huge fan of all of our local athletes who have done very well in the pros and elsewhere. And please use a process that is defendable and can be used for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. Solomon Williams, followed by Michael Klein, followed by Diane Wilkie.
Hello, good evening, council. I want to first thank you guys for your attention on this. Just to introduce myself, my name is Solomon Williams. I played with Thunder Rugby from the ages of 5 years old to 18 years old. I recently graduated from the University of California, Berkeley. I was recruited there to play Division I rugby. And I say that to thank Thunder, what they have done for me, the platform they have given me, to ultimately win 2 national championships at Cal and be awarded the 2026 National Player of the Year in college rugby this past season. So I want to credit Thunder Rugby to that, and I want to say it wasn't just myself. Many players, another player, Dylan Wilson, is here tonight, who's recruited to St. Mary's College of California. So thank you to Thunder. A motto of Thunder Rugby is developing leaders for good. It's something they live by, and it's something that they taught me, the importance of camaraderie and teamship. And that teamship and camaraderie ultimately led to success. You know, with Thunder Rugby in 2021, my junior year of high school, we won the national championship. A club rugby team in Oceanside being the best in the country. Pretty cool. Something that we're still proud of. But it was a success, but there were still some struggles, the fields being one of them. Many times, as coaches mentioned, we traveled to Carlsbad to go play at Cannon Park, where we weren't able to reserve. A couple times kicked out during our training session. That's all we had to do. Training sometimes at Tamarack Beach up in Carlsbad because that was the only place to find a place to train. By having this field, this will allow Thunder to continue impacting young rugby stars from Oceanside to develop for the next level, to compete at some of the top college rugby programs in the nation, as well as to study at some of the top universities in the country. Thank you for your time. That's all.
Thank you. Congratulations. Michael Klein, followed by Diane Wilkie, followed by Allison St. John Inglis.
Honorable Mayor Sanchez and City Council members, I'd actually signed up to talk about the turf before you bifurcated. May I speak on both items, or should I save my time for the turf?
You can speak on both.
Just since we bifurcate, I just want to say that I'm a third generation Oceanside, and my kids are fourth. But I played football. My kids played football, and one of our biggest issues was the access to the fields and having that unfettered access and year-round. Some of these kids, like we've said, coming from the east side, I went to El Camino. I was down on the east side. I lived down by North River Road, and sometimes it was tough to get to it. And if they canceled a game or did something, that affected all of the team. And some of these folks, you know, they get one shot, somebody's taking a look at them or whatever. So this is an important issue. And for all these reasons that everyone said, I would urge you to support having a home field. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane Wilkie, followed by Allison St. John Inglis, followed by Jan Lichterman.
Good evening, Mayor Sanchez and council members. I'm going to speak to both items. I will come back for the petrochemical plastic turf.
Okay.
I'm a board member of Safe Healthy Playing Fields, which is a Beyond Plastics affiliate. I've been an Oceanside resident for over 23 years. I have had kids that have played team as well as individual sports, and I have grandchildren that play sports. We say yes to youth sports, the same process as applies to other organizations. We say no on a undefined feasibility study with taxpayer money with no objectives, no goals, no timeline, and no stated dollar amount. This is a very thinly veiled attempt to move the plastic agenda forward. And of course, I will come back on the note on plastic turf. The other things I want to bring to your attention to set your mind is to reflect now on your climate action plan, your 2012 to 2020 zero waste plan, your 2023 marine pollution reduction ordinance, your 2025 Blue City certification, your support of HB 2862. I went to the party, I spoke at and El Corazon Master Plan, which calls for permeable surfacing. Thank you.
Thank you. Allison St. John Inglis, followed by Jan Lichterman, followed by Jolene Smith. Okay. Jan Lichterman? Okay. Jolene Smith? Okay, Barbara Collins? I'll do it. I think you're the last, are there, okay.
So thank you very much. I'm Barbara Collins, an Oceanside resident, and I'm here speaking personally on this topic. So the council must find a balance for all of the city's residents to enjoy El Corazon Park. I support youth programs, and I congratulate Pop Warner and Thunder Rugby for their incredible success. We see you, your community does see you, and we celebrate you. But El Corazon is a public park, and it will take millions of dollars of public funds to improve it and make it something that all the residents of Oceanside will enjoy and be able to play and be in nature and enjoy. So Pop Warner is a private nonprofit, and I don't believe they should have veto power over decisions about how to improve El Corazon Park, how to develop it. So please don't set a precedent tonight by giving any private organization, not just Pop Warner, but any private organization, veto power over how we develop El Corazon and make it a very enjoyable place for all residents of Oceanside. Thank you.
Thank you. Manny, did you have anything to add before I go back to the council?
Mayor, if I could respond to a couple of comments. One was about groups being shut out. I wanted to share that we had 32 organizations that received permits from July through December of this year. We anticipate that we're going to receive more requests. At this time, we've had 3 groups that did not receive permits. 2 of them were Clash Baseball and Solo Sports, which did not respond when we offered them alternative options. The third was Vista Storm, which decided that they were not going to pursue a permit that we had offered them because their residency rate had dropped and therefore their category had dropped. So in other words, we are actually providing fields to organizations that are looking for fields. The other thing that I wanted to address was the comment about breakers having access to SoCal. That is an independent relationship between that organization and breakers, and any organization can reach out to SoCal and pursue access to those fields. That's not a relationship that Parks and Recreation of the city delves into. The third is with regard to the fact that Thunder Rugby is connected to North County Rugby, and they have 2 different EIN numbers. They're 2 different organizations. The Thunder Rugby's 501c3 was revoked in 2022, so that organization would not be a Category 3 moving forward. The last thing I'll mention, and I know you wanted, I'll mention 2 things, I apologize. I know you wanted us to bifurcate the conversation about the turf. I did want to mention that the allocation and the specific placement of football and rugby on our natural turf at El Corazon, where we have soil conditions that are very difficult, is problematic. And so those 2 conversations are going to be very interrelated. The second thing I'll mention is, as we discuss prioritizing football and rugby, I want to caution that there is also a concern that we need to ensure gender equity. There are a couple of both federal and state equal protection issues that we need to address, as well as Government Code Section 53080, which discusses that cities shall not discriminate on the basis of sex or gender. And so we need to be cautious that if we are prioritizing sports that are for men, we need to also have equitable access for female sports.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Robinson.
Thank you. Boy, we can sure come up with a lot of problems, but I don't know why we can't find the solutions. I just want to remind everybody that this idea about dedicating the fields came up when we were celebrating the Pop Warner's championship win. Mayor, you're the one that brought it up, and we're following through.
Prioritizing, yep.
Pardon?
Prioritizing, yes. Yes.
Well, go back and listen to the words. It was, I think, dedicated. Excuse me. I think you can go into many cities and you can look at Little League fields. We have them here, home of American Little League, and I know there's differences in the Little League fields. I know you go in the home of this city's Pop Warner team. That's what we're talking about, having a home field. If we want to get hung up on some allocation policies and things like that, I think that's just ridiculous. I think what Pop Warner's asking for and rugby's asking for, and I never played rugby, but it is a growing, and obviously we've heard from people the development issues with rugby, what it does for people. They're looking for a home field, and they've been talking about it forever. And to say, oh, we've always allocated them a field, I think is a little bit disingenuous, but that's what we're talking about with the fields at El Corazon, to say this is Oceanside Pop Warner home field. And yes, if we have to open the field next to it for flag football for girls or whatever, those are things that can be worked out. It's my understanding in our meetings, and I hope if I get this right, that rugby and football are different times of seasons. Is that correct? I'm seeing the nods. There would be rarely when rugby and football would be overlapping. Thank you. But, you know, if you got two fields, they're set up, and I think it's important that we know this and do this, because our engineer's sitting there with the project, and she's gonna have to go out and bid it, and we are gonna have to make a decision as to all the little nuances that will be required for a home field. And I think our football program, our rugby program deserve it to be able to, and I don't know if we're going to sit here tonight and try to solve all the nuances. I think there's people that are better equipped to do that, but that's what we're talking about in this first half of this thing, is getting these kids, these teams, their home field.
Okay, Councilmember Figueroa.
Thank you, Councilmember Robinson, because I was going to touch on some of that. And before I start with my comments, I also, to my understanding, some of the best rugby players that have come out of Oceanside have been female players. And so I just also want to make that clear. To me, this is much bigger than football and rugby. Since 2018, I have been hearing from youth football parents, players, coaches, about the struggle to find quality, consistent fields here in Oceanside. Today, Oceanside Pop Warner still does not have a home field. And as Councilmember Robinson mentioned, we know which Little League plays at what fields here in Oceanside. We all know that the Breakers play at Mance Buchanan. That is very well known. We know them as their home fields. Our kids are traveling to Vista, Carlsbad, and other neighboring communities to play what should be their home games. And when they do get a field here in Oceanside, it's often not comparable to the fields they play on in other cities. In Oceanside, Pop Warner has always meant far more to our community than simply a youth sports program. They are a mentoring program. They're an after-school program. And for many of our young people, they're a support system. Many of the players that play in these programs come from low-income households, as you have heard from the coaches. We know that gang activity is real in our community. We know that substance abuse is real. And we know that the hours after school can be some of the most vulnerable hours for our youth. Pop Warner and rugby give kids somewhere to go. They give them something positive to be a part of. They give them adults who believe in them. They give them teammates who often become family. For generations, Oceanside Pop Warner has served as a pivotal gang and drug prevention program in our city. Our coaches are not just coaches. They are parents, neighbors, Oceanside residents who volunteer their time, their energy, their talent, and often their own resources and money to serve our kids. They show up because they care. A large portion of the coaches are born and raised locals that also grew up playing Oceanside Pop Warner. They mentor these young people, they encourage them, they hold them accountable, they teach them discipline, teamwork, leadership, and responsibility. For some of our kids, that consistency and that relationship with the coach can make a tremendous difference in the direction of their lives. We have supported youth after-school programs in underserved communities because we understand the value of giving young people a safe place to go and positive adults to guide them. I believe Pop Warner and rugby are doing that same work. And if we are serious about prevention, we have to support the people who are already doing that work. That is why consistency matters. It's difficult to build a strong youth program when you don't have a place to call home. Our families shouldn't have to drive to another city to watch their child's home game. Our coaches shouldn't have to spend their time consistently searching for fields. And our kids shouldn't have to leave Oceanside to have the same opportunities that kids in neighboring communities have. Earlier this year, we celebrated Pop Warner becoming national champions. That was an incredible accomplishment. But during that celebration, our coaches reminded us of something very important. They still don't have a field. And so with that, Councilman Robinson, did you make the motion? No, so I would like to make the motion to direct staff to evaluate the return with the recommendations to prioritize the athletic fields at Soul Core Zone Park as the permanent home fields for Oceanside Pop Warner football and Thunder Rugby, including dedicating on-site storage to support their operations.
I'll second that.
Councilmember Weiss.
I have a question for staff. Just looking at where we are in the process, would it be fair to say that these fields will not be playable for at least 2 to 2.5 years?
Kimberly Corbin, Senior Civil Engineer with our Development Services Engineering Division. Councilmember Weiss, we are looking at potentially breaking ground by the end of the year, given no additional delays, with a construction that's estimated to take up to 2 years. That is correct.
Okay, thank you. I don't disagree with some of the speakers that we went through an exhaustive process to do the field allocation, and I'm not necessarily opposed to, at some point in time in the future, looking at who should have a home field or not. But given the fact that it's going to be some time before those fields are playable, I will not be supporting the motion tonight.
All right. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
So I just had some questions before comments. So can Parkside 1 hold the necessary infrastructure for football teams? I assume, nobody really talked about it tonight, but I assume bleachers would be key to, no, we're not interested in bleachers.
No.
I know they're not required. Guys,
Yeah.
okay, thank you, sorry. I shouldn't have responded, it's my fault. So I would like the home to reflect the greatness of the Pop Warner program. And so what my questions are asking is this the most appropriate field, or should we be looking somewhere else? I think for me, what I share with this motion is that there should be a dedicated field for Pop Warner. It sounds like rugby has a lot of amazing qualities. I'm not sure what's going on with the status and what's going on with the different organizations. They should also have a field that represents something that they can use that honors the program that they built over the years. I just want to know, is El Corazon the right place? And I brought this up in the meeting that I had with some families when we talked about this first time. From my understanding, and staff can correct me if I'm speaking incorrectly, the soils on El Corazon are not settled. They're not great. That's why we're not building large buildings at Park Site 1. we're just putting light structures there. My concern is that if we put the most intensive field use possible, one that uses most of the year because neither team is overlapping or neither program is overlapping, those fields might take a beating and be in really poor condition, even if it's on turf, because if the ground is settling underneath it, that's just as unsafe to have a turf that's sagging than it is to have the flat. So I'm questioning if that's the right field, the right place for a home program. My interest is to find a stable place that is the home field for our banner program in football. Does staff have anything to say about the soiling or anything like that?
Mr. Borrego?
Honorable Mayor and council members, and yeah, I'm going to answer the question that Deputy Mayor just posed, but then I'm also going to suggest, with respect to the action tonight, that you give staff the ability to come back with some recommendations here, because I don't necessarily want staff to be put in a position of having to answer specific questions tonight without having done the additional research that's requested, because I want to make sure that we're coming back with information that's absolutely correct, and to give us the time to do the research to make sure that, assuming the item does come back to you tonight, after tonight's vote, if it does come back, that we have the ability to do the proper research so that we're not kind of speculating and shooting from the hip here. So, but to answer Deputy Mayor's question, absolutely. There are significant soils issues at El Corazon, and if you talk to the folks at SoCal who run the soccer fields there, they're constantly dealing with major settlement on those fields and spend quite a bit of money to remediate those fields. Now, that said, I will say that as part of El Corazon or Supple Park and Parkside 1 specifically, we are looking at different methods and technologies to help mitigate that, and looking at different subsurface structures and methods that we may be able to put in to minimize that on these fields. And that's something that we're looking into. We don't have all the answers tonight, but certainly if we're going to be investing significant amount of money in these fields here, then we're going to want to make sure that we do everything that we can to stabilize the base so that we don't run into the issues that you described, because they are real, absent some form of mitigation.
Thank you, Mr. Borrego. Did you have more comments?
Yes, I do.
Yes, go ahead.
So the other question about the motion, I mean, so my support would be definitely we need some more information from staff about whether or not this is a reasonable thing that we can do, how they would incorporate this into what our permitting process is that was spent over, I mean, I could see the Godinez in the back who worked for over a year more on that.
More like 2 years.
Yeah. And to like actually come back with some answers about this. Also, like the permanent homes, I just want to be like, I want to set expectations the right way. And if you're saying it's a permanent home for an organization, over the years, organizations do have a lifespan as well. So I want us to be very clear and not set unreasonable expectations, and what we are looking for in that partnership, which is, I think, what we're trying to do is to enter in a partnership with these programs that do so much. So that's where I'm at on the motion. So I think we need some clarification around those things. And I just say from jump that I know that this item is all heart. I know it comes from a place that we want to do what's right by our children. As a former youth athlete and eventually college athlete, I can say that youth sports, as much as anything in my entire life, shaped me into who I am today. It's my hope that we can do this the right and ethical way, and the excellence of the Pop Warner programs have clearly earned a home in our city.
All right, thank you. I'm going to speak before you, Councilmember Robinson. Where I'm at here is, I know it seems like the process is taking a while, right? And I have been working with Pop Warner over the years in trying to make sure that we had space, starting with Terrence Webster, who was then very, very involved with it and trying to find, I mean, you call it a home. I don't know that, for me, it's about prioritizing and maintaining, and the city maintaining control over the fields, because it was said here, there are seasons, right? And I want the Parks and Rec to be able to program other things when it's off-season, because we have such a high demand for space. So it would not, to me, it wouldn't be fair to others to have, say, the fields not being used. You see that Little League, I don't know that I would have done that, have those contracts, because that means maintenance doesn't happen. That means a whole lot of things don't happen. And then all of a sudden, at some point, it's going to cost a lot of money to address those issues. So I'm thinking more in terms of maintaining control by the city, which means Parks and Rec, so that we are able to program other things happening when it's off-season, right? As to what would be on there, I think we've been talking informally about having the goalposts there and the scoreboard, but I am concerned about committing to any kind of storage, because then everybody, I've actually been requested that several times over this year and last year, and it's so hard if someone gets it, then to say, no, you can't have it because you're not as important. I am a big supporter of football. It started at Oceanside High in 1926. This year is 100 years that Oceanside football has started in Oceanside, and at the high school, OHS, which was really where everybody met, right, at a football game on a Friday night, right? So I think that these are early discussions. I don't feel comfortable supporting such a very specific motion tonight, but I do want to give staff the time and the space to be able to come up with recommendations that we can then look at. This isn't going to happen for another 2 years at least. And then we also have the other conversation we're going to have probably during the second part of this, that, as the deputy mayor said, might be another place as well. So if we could be a little more broad about the direction to staff, because, and I also want to make sure that the use classifications are adhered to, so that would be a preliminary checkbox to make sure that this continues to happen. And also for girls, that we I don't know, there was a suggestion that maybe one field be dedicated, or not dedicated, I guess, primary use for Pop Warner and rugby, and then the other one could have girls. I mean, I think we need to be able to address that issue. I will tell you, growing up, we didn't have anything for girls. I get it, but I'm saying that it's very important for me to spell it out, because I was basically a tomboy until I was 11, so I got to play with my brother and his friends in baseball, basketball, and throw the ball a little about football. But then when my mom decided to slap a bra on me at 11 years old, I didn't feel comfortable doing that. And there were no girls. There were no girls' sports except, PE, which wasn't very much. So I definitely want to address that, have staff address that as an equal access issue. So, Councilmember Robinson, do you have maybe some recommendations?
I want to, look, I don't think the way it's going, it's going to pass. So let me offer an idea. First of all, rugby football, that's a new sport.
Combining them both into
Pop
one.
Warner has been asking for a field to play in rugby too, I'm sure, but I've heard Pop Warner for years. So they're not dependent on El Corazon. They would take a field tomorrow if we would create one, I think, from my meetings with them, if we were to find a field that's suitable tomorrow, they would rather have that than wait 2 years. So, but the point came up that we can dedicate something to them. So that's why we're here. So if it makes it easier, and I don't know if the motion maker wants to change it, but to direct staff to specifically find a field that is a home field for Pop Warner football and for rugby. Now, I don't know if that's too broad or too, but yes, Mance Buchanan Fields, it's all soccer just about all the time. And nobody said, let me just remind everybody, nobody said just because it's a home field that other groups can't use it when it's not in use, but football has priority. That's the point. That's the idea behind a home field. Not that they own it, but it may be outside the allocation thing, and that's fine. We can change those policies too. But I don't know, Councilmember Figueroa, I'm trying to get a yes to get staff to find these guys a home field. That's my point. And if we do that, then we don't even have to deal with the turf thing tonight because that can come up later.
Yeah, thank you,
No, I think
Councilmember
that
Robinson.
would be an issue. We can address that. Councilmember Figueroa?
So I want to provide a historical context on how we even got to El Corazon. Councilmember Robinson and I attended a community meeting in Melba Bishop maybe 9 months ago. And when we were there to discuss or to hear about potential park improvements to Melba Bishop. The community came out and said, before we can even discuss that, we need to discuss having a field for Pop Warner and rugby. That's what that conversation turned into. I believe in a perfect scenario, they would play at Melba Bishop. They asked, is Melba Bishop a possibility? And Kimberly, you were there and you discussed some of the challenges, I believe, with the water lines under the open space, right? It may look open to play on, but there's engineering issues, right? And then from there, okay, what else can be a possibility? Then we talked about, can we essentially reconstruct MLK for that to be a possibility? And our Parks and Recs department looked into it for months. How we ended up here was because this became what felt like one of the limited options, and also because it was stated here at the council when we were acknowledging their Oceanside Pop Warner's national champion, that it was said, don't we have 2 fields coming to El Corazon?
Right.
We can dedicate those fields. I think that it's more about the prioritization. Whereas this, yes, it's not necessarily like, okay, no one else can use it. It's just prioritizing. The same way that, folks use the baseball fields at Melba Bishop. We know that's Valley Little League's home, but when they're not using it, other folks use it. I believe that Coastal Academy plays on them. Different community groups use them. I mean, people have access to them. It's just making sure that these sports programs have prioritization. So it's not like saying no one else is going to be able to use them. I'm fine with also directing staff to also look for another field. I just feel like one of the reasons we ended up here as well is because while Councilmember Robinson and I were having these conversations with the programs and coaches, oftentimes staff were there. And, so we would talk about this. And it felt like time was of the essence, and that's why we almost were informed that if Pop Warner and Rugby wanted to pursue Sopel Park, El Corazon as having 2 fields prioritized for them, that we needed to bring it as soon as possible because they're working on developing the park. So if we're going to do that, it needs to happen now. It can't happen 6 months from now or 8 months from now because they're working on developing what the park's going to look like. And so staff needs direction on how to move forward. And so I think that if we send this back to staff and if we can find buy-in where it also includes it has Sopel and El Corazon as an option, but also can we find another place, and can staff bring this back in, 3-4 months? I mean, whatever it is, because if it is, they're already in season right now, and if it is gonna be, we're looking at a 2-year construction, I'm okay with amending my motion to also include directing staff and to look at other fields as well, but they don't have to come back in 4 weeks with this information. They can come back in 3 months, 4 months. It's not gonna change their current season now, and it's not gonna change what is happening at El Corazon. But I know that for staff, they were hoping to have an answer from us sooner than later so they can move forward with their plan for El Corazon, because that is important to them, because this is gonna slow down the overall process for El Corazon if it does come back in 4 months.
So, Mr. Borrego, do you have, you're asking to be heard, and I'm wondering if staff can, because I mean, you see that we all support getting priority for Pop Warner and also rugby, and for me, consistent with the use classifications, because, I mean, that should be easy for the two of them. I think they both qualify, correct? I mean, the one thing I don't want to happen is I don't think it'll happen with Pop Warner, because they've been around for decades. What was it, 50 years? 50 years that they've just celebrated. Rugby is a newer, relatively newer sport, and I just want to make sure that it's Oceanside, which is the classification, use classification, which sounds like right now it's absolutely qualifying. So I want to make sure it's consistent with that, and then also with girls flag, which I have been actually contacted. I think Manny, you're also doing girls flag, right? You're going to be working on having girls flag. But I also was contacted by women's football to be doing some after-school type stuff as well. So that's why, for me, girls are important. But anyway, Ms. Borrego, sorry, we're okay. Mr. Borrego,
Yeah.
we can't hear from the public anymore. That part of it is closed. I appreciate you want to yell at us, but, no, I get it. Listen, we're not deciding anything permanently tonight. In fact, you'll probably have a chance to talk to Manny, Mr. Gonzalez, I'm sorry, I call you the first name, after this meeting, but Mr. Borrego.
Yeah, Honorable Mayor and council members, and in the interest of moving this item forward and echoing the comments that were made by council members Robinson and Figueroa, and coming back with a future item, I do think it makes sense for us to also look at optional sites. And I know it was probably brought up tonight, but from staff's perspective, if expediency is one of the considerations,
Yes.
and MLK honestly is probably the quickest, easiest. No, I shouldn't say easy. It's not easy. Obviously, there's costs associated with it, but certainly the quickest resolution would be to explore, and we've already done some preliminary estimating to install synthetic turf at MLK as an option. And, so I would say that if we come back and we get direction to come back, that we do look at other potential sites, including MLK, because I think that is definitely
What about
a
Melba Bishop?
viable option.
Do you have any, can you look at it further?
We can look
Basically,
at
you're looking
Melba. We can
options.
look at Melba Bishop further. It is a little bit more challenging because of the space constraints there, but
Okay.
certainly we can come back with an
All right.
option there as well. Parking is
Okay.
a real
Right.
challenge out there, as we know, and it's
Is-
only going to get worse. But
Does that sound sufficient for now?
Yeah, I'm trying to find the words on it. I think it's amending the motion, keep the original motion the same, but including also looking
I
at
can't
additional.
support the first motion.
What part of it can't you not support? And then we can.
The
discuss.
storage and, some of the,
So the storage is consistent with what Little League has. Little League has home fields and they have storage at their fields. And so they're able to, because it's a lot. I mean, what coaches can't show up with the U-Haul every practice with all the like everything needed to facilitate Pop Warner and rugby practice? I mean,
I can support because we're looking at a site, right? I can support what the city manager is saying, which I think gets you to what you want, and I think with the added idea of expediency, like maybe something happening now versus in 2 years plus. Because I know that costs are going up. I
absolutely.
understand that it might even be up by something like $8 million at this point.
so would you be okay with city staff coming back with us and showing us
Yeah.
what a storage would look like?
Well, with what Mr. Borrego said, what Manny said, I mean, Mr. Gonzalez said, yeah, I mean, I think we know what you're looking for, and I'd like to see the options. I don't.
So I need to write down what, because I don't know at this
well,
moment.
okay, so-
Do you need me to, I could always tell you what I have for
Okay,
the
that would help.
motion, which was motion to direct staff to evaluate and return with recommendations to prioritize the athletic fields at Supple El Corazon Park and to look at other parks as the permanent home fields for Oceanside Pop Warner football and Thunder Rugby, including dedicated on-site storage to support operations. That's what I had, including your amendment to look at other parks.
So if we can find support here within the council, that's what I would like to move forward with.
That'll be your motion?
That'll be my motion.
Deputy Mayor, I'm still.
I'll support it because I know that storage is key in these fields. It's not reasonable to do it without storage with a football team. There's way too much, baggage, and equipment.
All right, there's a motion and a second, and I can't support this. And I think I want to hear from staff as to options and costs and things like that, because I just can't. So there's a motion and a second, please vote.
Point of information, staff will be coming back with information on this before anything's finalized, right? I'm just making
Yes.
sure, okay, I just wanted to make sure that I
Yes.
wasn't voting on.
Motion approved, 401, Sanchez, no?
Now, the second part of it is the issue of synthetic turf versus, well, I guess that's the issue, is the part that is directing staff to evaluate the feasibility of sustainability and costs of installing synthetic turf at the field. I'll just say at the field. Okay, so you don't need to speak at this time, right? I can wait. Okay, so we're going to hear from, first staff, you had some comments on this before we go hear from the public?
So I started to allude to this, but if the field that is prioritized for football and
So I'm trying to hear.
rugby is at Supple, and we proceed with natural grass, we will have a difficult time maintaining that field in the long term, and I think we'll run into frustration 2-3 years down the line when the condition of the field is not what Pop Warner and rugby would want it to be. So if we are moving forward with that site, and I know that there's going to be some feedback about turf from the groups, and that's what we have heard as well. So we did take a look at the cost of putting synthetic both at MLK and at Supple. And so to install the grass fields at Supple, we're looking at $2.2 million. To install the synthetic at Supple would be $3.2 million. And to install synthetic at, to convert MLK to synthetic would be $4.2 million. So
So it'd be $1 million more
it would be $1 million more to add synthetic at Supple, whereas it would be $4.2 million more to add synthetic at MLK. So that's one consideration. We did look at the maintenance that SoCal does as a benchmark. However, they are able to rotate their fields in a way that we do not have the capacity to do. Their fields sit vacant a significant amount of time. Our fields would be heavily used. So in addition to football and rugby, we would have the general public using these fields to add to that use. Additionally, our fields all close for a period of 10 weeks during the summer, typically between June 1st and the middle of August. And so this is something that would happen at Supple. Having synthetic at a field would allow us to permit during the summer. Whether it's at Supple or MLK, we would have that ability. In terms of product, we've evaluated what was installed at. We've started to evaluate what was installed at Carlsbad, their 10K pivot system. It's a system that does not have infill. There's a lot of different options in terms of organic infill and gel infill that reduces temperature. So advantage to different things. But we started to analyze, and we will continue to need to analyze the cost of maintenance of natural grass versus turf, were it to be at Supple. But our preliminary analysis is that to install synthetic at Supple and to replace it over the course of the 12-year warranty, so over a 24-year period, would be about $5.2 million. And to install natural grass and to maintain that natural grass over a 24-year period would be about $5.4 million. So the cost of the synthetic over the course of the lifetime of that synthetic and its replacement would be less expensive than the grass. And with that, I think the other piece about the system that is used at Carlsbad is that it does not have added PFAS. So a lot of the issues that have been raised regarding synthetic fields, the industry has responded to eliminate the crumb rubber, the carcinogen product, and has also worked to reduce the environmental impact as well. And with that, I think that's sufficient.
All right, so let's hear from the public. Speakers. And you have 2 minutes. Andrew Napuloa.
Specifically about the
Celia
turf.
Costa, CJ Malaulu, and Diane Nygaard.
No.
Okay, and this is just the request to do the turf, the artificial turf.
Correct.
And if you could do less than 2 minutes, that would be great.
I will. So we did a survey of our members. The results are here. So I just wanted to share that and then just share these thoughts. Rain is a fact of life here in Oceanside, as it is everywhere. It takes a toll on natural grass. That's why turf isn't our preference. It's a necessity. Turf holds up when the sky is open. It doesn't wash out, doesn't turn to mud, doesn't force us to close fields when we get some rain. Unlike grass, turf doesn't require constant reseeding, no dead patches, no downtime, no excuses. It's ready every day for the people who show up. And turf stands strong against wear and tear, including members' dogs or the public's dogs who like to dig, run, play the way dogs do. Turf won't be torn up. It stays intact season after season. There isn't a need for just one group. It's just as important for Thunder Rugby as it is for OPW. When it's a rugby scrum or an OPW event, our fields need to hold up for everyone who uses it. Our members represent Oceanside. They deserve a home that works as hard as they do. Let's give it to them. OPW has been around for over 50 years, and we service, I just want to add that we do have girls flag football. We have cheer. Rugby also is open to both male and female. So we are representing both all of our community. And thank you.
Thank you. And did you, before you leave, did you hear what Mr. Gonzalez said about the options?
About turf and the options with grass?
No, between El Corazon and
I think
MLK.
we're open to both.
Okay. Were you CJ? No, I mean, there's CJ, yeah. Sorry. Of course I know that's CJ.
Just wanted to clarify. We said Supple was cheaper than MLK, building the turf there. And it was cheaper, 24-year period, than grass.
I think the difference is $1 million.
Cheaper.
Between the two.
Mm-hmm. So both of those financially, and then we also debunked some myths about the environment, how environmentally safe it was, is what I heard from Mr. Gonzalez.
Okay, Diane Nygaard, followed by Jimmy Knott, followed by Juan Hernandez.
It's been a changing story here tonight, I can tell you that. This community has waited for years to get the first actual park on El Corazon, and our kids have been promised more sports fields for many years. We all support that. Now, after years of work, the bid documents for the first park on El Corazon are sitting on the city engineer's desk, ready to be released. They're ready to be released. You keep telling us delays in construction have increased the cost of capital projects, and now you want to delay this park on El Corazon, again study artificial turf? I think you could deal with the storage issue in a way that doesn't impact these bid documents. It could be a minor issue, a change order later on, and not stop this project moving forward.
There's no
I'd say
delay.
artificial turf
There's no delay.
is starting to look like site selection for the new headquarters for OPD. Study after study, costing thousands of dollars, and no project ready to be built. Staff already studied the use of artificial turf 2 months ago. They told us clearly it costs more money and it would be a maintenance headache because of the ground condition. It's a use issue. The use in those fields can be addressed. We've got 2 grass fields sitting at the entrance to SoCal, unused. They've been sitting there for years, unused. Those fields can be programmed for use. Doesn't have to wait 2 years. That can help relieve the pressure of use on those grass fields. Further study of artificial turf wastes taxpayer money, delays actual construction, and it means it will cost more. Do the right thing for our kids, for the taxpayers of Oceanside. No more studies. Build this park now.
Okay, there's no one has said anything about a delay at all. Andrew, did you want to speak? Yeah. Are you sure? I thought you wanted to talk about this issue. Okay. Okay. Mr. Knott.
We
Followed by
have
Juan
an
Hernandez.
expert sitting on the council right over here, Mr. Weiss, Peter Weiss. He has been involved as a city engineer, involved with the reclamation of the soils over at El Corazon for decades. Rehabilitation, percolations, I've worked with him onto some of that in association with the Loma Alta Creek. He's educated me into a lot of the areas. We should be asking the experts in the science that's involved here. And he's just retired. That doesn't mean he's lost a lot of his intellect. Now, the issue is soil types and demands. We look at that. Football has a certain type of soil type and demand. It's going to have certain things. Plastics have issues as well. Let's look at a few. It's cleanliness. It retains bodily fluids that can contaminate and cross-contaminate individuals. Temperature, it will require cooling. And there is sub-basing that is going to have to be involved with that. You had the soil types that are involved, let's say, for natural that you have to look at. The composition, 80 to 90% sand with organics for football, water irrigation. And the question is settling. The site, it's still settling. We have to have a scientific study of this and not just run into it blindly. Thank you.
Thank you. Juan Hernandez, followed by Josh Williams, followed by Kellen Sue. And if you could do less than 2 minutes, that would be great. Juan Hernandez not here?
Thank you. I'll be very quick.
You are, I'm sorry.
Yes.
You're Josh.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm Josh Williams. I spoke earlier.
Right.
President Thunder. For both OPW and Thunder, AstroTurf fields are needed. We do play in different seasons. They play in the beginning of kind of winter, and we start in January. Our games in January. If we are going to have a home field, it just needs to be turf. 75% of the time we play on turf because in California when it rains and the field's shut down. So it's a key part. The only other thing I would say is we have, just like OPW, we have boys and girls programs from U8. We have girls from 5 to 18. There is no gender issue because we have boys and girls teams and we have co-ed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kellen Sue, followed by Mika Maeva, followed by Dominic Iacovino.
Hi, it's me again. Sorry, I just have a couple things that I think are worth considering on this matter. I think one of them is if you were to put turf fields at this, that people would want them to be lit. And that currently isn't the plan for there to be like large Nancy Buchanan style lights. That isn't, as we've learned from other fields, millions of dollars more. That does change the timeline of the park. This park has been, it's taken a really long time for us to get to this point. So I think there is a point of like, it does just need to get built. And I understand that it sounds like that maybe it wouldn't be a delay. I don't know necessarily how that's possible because it seems like anytime we change anything small, it really like kind of restarts some of the project. And then the last thing I would just say is, I think it's important to consider that the injuries that are happening. We know professional athletes don't necessarily love playing on turf. I know that we can't maintain fields to the level that a professional field can be done. I think we need to consider the concussions and the things that happen when you're playing on a turf field. Like it's more likely to happen than on grass. I grew up playing soccer. My cleats would melt. The glue would literally come apart on turf. Like it would get so hot. So I think these are just things to consider. I understand that it sounds like the Pop Warner kids are really excited and they want to play on it. I think sometimes kids don't always understand, the full scope of it. It's like, well, it's really fun to play on and it's not necessarily what's best for you. So I think those are just some considerations to me because you guys.
Thank you. Mika Maeva, you here? No? Dominic, you here? No? Joan Bachman?
Okay, Joan Bachman, President, Friends of El Corazon. As I stated before, many people work very long on what's in Supple Park, and it is ready to go out to bid. So we are talking about delays, and it has been delayed, and we don't want to see any more delays for that, to consider these other things. There are some hard truths. SoCal is able to use their fields because they move the goalposts around. Football is going to have to learn how to do that. You can't keep running down the middle of a field and take all this extra money, all this extra effort, all this extra expense, and add in plastic pollution to make that thing work. So they're going to have to figure out how to do that. Also, maybe soccer, maybe football and rugby don't play on the same fields. That would be a solution. Since they're both very difficult on fields, maybe they alternate with soccer or something like that. So yes, we have delays in front of us. We want this park to happen now. There's a whole bunch of people who do. We are constantly asked. We deal with the public a lot on this. Where's my pump track? Where's my dog park? Where's the tot lot? Where's this? Where's that? And that brings up the question of the storage. Every inch of Sioux Falls Park is spoken for. What are you going to displace to put storage for a group? And why just that group? What about the pickleball players? What about the other people? And the pump track people? So are you going to displace the small child lot, play area? Are you going to displace pickleball courts? Is it the basketball courts that we finally were able to keep in there? Is that going to have to go? The dog park. So this place is spoken for. The storage issue, to me, completely knocks it out of El Corazon, and it would require more redesign. So there need to be changes. Maybe this, as it's working today, is not sustainable, and you got to just manage it differently.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Solomon Williams, you here? Michael Klein?
My name is Mike Klein. I am from Oceanside, and I support youth sports. I was a football player myself, as were my children. Recently, I was made aware of the issue that we're struggling over this concept of getting the natural or the artificial turf. I think that it's been framed in an ecological manner on one side, and I think I'll give you two reasons that the ecological choice, if you vote with the ecological heart, AstroTurf's better. It's a carpet, clean with water, and mostly broomed and stuff. At the other turf, it's a monoculture. It's man-made. It's not meant to exist on its own, and we must dump tons of chemicals into the turf every year, which costs additional money. As with the other monies, reseeding, sodding, thatching. There's a lot of maintenance goes on. Having turf's like having an expensive car, boat, or like a horse. It requires a lot of money and maintenance. And the purpose of this is not ecological. It's to do sports. The money we would save on watering it, the turf needs extra water to grow than other natives do. So we're taking water from other stuff. The money we would save on that, we could put toward tons of ecological things. When I was here as a Boy Scout, I walked through every creek and every dale, and I also was in the Marines and walked through all the nature in there. And I know the most important thing from my time as a Boy Scout is the water table. Every single bad chemical that we have to put into that turf goes right into the water thing. So if you care about the environment, let's do turf, and with the money we save, maybe we can do native plants or some other ecological things. I rescind my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane Wolke, followed by Allison St. John, followed by Jan Lichterman.
Diane Wolke again. A lot of misinformation going on here, a whole lot of greenwashing right straight out of the plastic turf industry / tobacco industry playbook. Plastic turf requires potable water, and the industry itself recommends 2,200 gallons per every 80,000 square feet of plastic, begin 1 to 2 hours before play, and repeat it every 1 to 2 hours throughout play. And that's to bring it down to what they recommend as a playable temperature consistent with that of natural grass. If you have plant-based infill, that too requires massive amounts, again, of potable water to keep it hydrated. Many of these are flammable, many of these contain plastic resins. There is incredible toxic runoff from these plastic fields. They're impervious. For every 1 acre of plastic, 1 inch of rain, you get 27,000 gallons of toxic runoff from these fields. We are working with Billy and Janice Crystal and Resilient Palisades. We have spent nearly $6,000 testing Tenkate pivot turf, and yes, in fact, it does have PFAS, as does Field Turf and all of these other companies. They play whack-a-mole with chemicals. Right now, Tenkate is hiding between short and ultra-short chain PFAS. Make no mistake about this. These things create massive heat islands, and in fact, I have a lovely image here of a heat island at Poinsettia Park, which has the wonderful new Tenkate pivot. It is unbearably hot, even on a reasonably temperatured day. I've gotten higher temperatures, of course, at the same Tenkate pivot out in Poway. Let's get real here. Let's get real. Hybrid Bermuda grasses can save 30 to 60% of water and can use reclaimed water.
Thank you. Allison St. John Inglis, followed by Jan Lichterman, followed by Jolene Smith.
Thank you, Mayor Sanchez and Deputy Mayor and City Council members. I'm Allison St. John, a longtime Oceanside resident and member of Oceanside's Sierra Club Climate Action Team. I totally support, first of all, the young athletes in Oceanside and the need for them to have a home field. And I would say that the Sierra Club really supports natural grass playing fields because we support the athletes' right to play on safe and healthy grass. From the perspective of climate, I'm frankly deeply disappointed that here in the City of Oceanside, we just passed a climate action plan, and we're now proposing to install artificial turf. Artificial turf creates heat islands, as we just heard. It raises the temperature both on the field for the players and for surrounding communities. At a time when unbearable heat is threatening our quality of life, and not to mention sports teams, why add to the problem? It's going in exactly the wrong direction to address heating climate. Plastic grass also off-gases greenhouse gases, which is exactly what we've just committed to start reducing. So, I just recently read the testimony from the NFL players who now really support natural grass. And I strongly suspect that when our young players experience the difference between artificial turf and natural grass and what it does to their bodies long term, they too will eventually lobby to play on natural grass. And cities and school districts that have opted for the plastic grass option will eventually be tearing it out and filling our landfills with unrecyclable mats of microplastic. I hope that Oceanside can find a sensible way to meet the needs of the kids who need safe, resilient playing fields without spending a lot of money on a playing field surface that harbors serious health and heat risks. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Jan Lichterman, followed by Jolene Smith, followed by Barbara Collins, our last speaker.
My name is Jan Lichterman. I'm an Oceanside resident. I support youth sports in our city. This evening, I would like to talk about the National Football League Players Association stance on plastic grass and associated injuries. The NFL players strongly oppose plastic grass. The Players Association argues that synthetic surfaces cause more non-contact injuries, joint soreness, and fatigue. The NFL players would prefer all stadiums and practice fields to be converted to high-quality natural grass. Plastic grass causes more lower extremity non-contact injuries because it provides higher traction, meaning player cleats get stuck in the surface during quick maneuvers. Unlike natural grass, which has a certain amount of give to release the shoe, plastic grass holds the shoe in place. Plastic grass is firmer, absorbs less shock than natural grass, and puts more stress on players' joints. What are some of these non-contact injuries? ACL tears, Achilles tendon ruptures, hamstring strains, and ankle sprains, to name a few. It's interesting to note that multiple NFL stadiums with plastic grass temporarily installed natural grass for soccer's FIFA World Cup events just this past year, prompting players to ask why the team owners can provide real grass for temporary soccer matches, but refuse to do so permanently for football players. We should all stand with the NFL players, not the owners. Thank you.
Thank you. Jolene Smith, followed by Barbara Collins.
Good evening, Mayor Sanchez and council members. I urge the city to choose well-managed natural grass for our sports fields. Natural grass is active environmental infrastructure. It naturally transpires, staying up to 30 degrees cooler than the surrounding air. This protects our young athletes from the dangerous 140-degree heat spikes caused by plastic turf. Real grass also protects our coastline. It acts as a sponge during heavy rain, filtering storm water naturally into the ground rather than flushing microplastics and toxic runoff straight onto oceanside beaches. Plastic turf does not save water. It requires around 989 gallons of water to produce 1 meter of turf. Potable water is required for cleaning and cooling plastic grass. In contrast, there are natural Bermuda grass hybrids developed for high use that can save 30 to 6% of water used. El Corazon is already hooked up to our city's recycled water pipeline, so I'm hoping we can maintain beautiful, safe, impact-absorbing grass fields without using potable water. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Barbara Collins.
Yes, thank you very much. And I'm speaking now on behalf of the Sierra Club. I am an Oceanside resident. The Sierra Club stands with the NFL Players Association too, not with the NFL Owners Association. We, like dozens of other environmental organizations, are opposed to synthetic turf because it is not sustainable. Excuse me. We urge you to oppose installing plastic turf. Our city deserves playing fields that are not toxic and so hot that they burn the players and dehydrate them, or maybe melt the glue in their soccer cleats. If you do synthetic grass, it's in direct conflict with our climate action plan, the zero waste plan for the city. It's not recyclable. The marine pollution reduction ordinance. We're certified as a blue city because we protect our waterways, yet plastic grass is going to be putting thousands of pounds of microplastics into our system. We support the sports teams. That's not the question. The question is plastic versus natural. We need a compromise. We're going to have 2 new playing fields. We have other city parks. We should have access to the SoCal soccer fields. That should open up enough fields to manage issues with practicing and playing on natural grass. El Corazon belongs to all the residents of Oceanside. Please show good stewardship for our parks and for our environment. Natural turf is the only sustainable choice here. Given the toxicity, the microplastics, the high temperatures, the concerns about injury, the choice is clear.
Thank you.
Real grass, no PFAS.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Gonzalez, any final comments?
I quickly wanted to clarify the financial numbers that I provided. So the difference in installation of grass versus synthetic at Supple would be $1 million, but were we to move forward with 2 grass fields at Supple and synthetic at MLK, we're estimating the cost would be $6.4 million. So there's a significant difference if we're looking at a different location.
I'm sorry, say that again, because so the 6.2 million would be where?
So it would be 4.2 million for MLK plus the 2.2 million to build the grass fields at Supple, which we're gonna, if we're not doing synthetic at Supple, we're gonna build 2 grass fields. So that cost doesn't go away.
Okay. Councilmember Figueroa.
So I just want to address a few things. One, SoCal soccer fields, Pop Warner and Rugby have been asking since they were built if they can play on them. If they can play there, they would. The 2 extra fields there, I think they gave Rugby a trial run for a small period of time, and they immediately said they couldn't play there no more because they were beating up the grass too much. The Mance Buchanan is another place that they would love to play at. But what's been said by soccer, someone mentioned maybe we can put soccer with one of these sports. Soccer doesn't want rugby or football played on their fields because they say they beat up the fields. I know there was a mention about the NFL, playing on. Yes, I've talked to Rugby and Pop Warner. If they had access to high quality grass, they would love to play on high quality grass. The high quality grass, not nowhere near an NFL field, but the high quality grass that we have here in Oceanside has never been accessible to Pop Warner and Rugby. And the reason why is because they say their sports beat up the fields. So the grass fields that are available to them are poor quality fields for them to play on. And so what happens is that our programs try to find quality fields that they can afford. So what do? They make their home games at Army Navy Academy in Carlsbad, which is a turf field, Tri-City Christian, which is a turf field. When they go to away games, they play on turf field. When our kids go to high school, they're gonna play on turf fields. When they do practice on grass fields here in Oceanside and it rains, Oceanside, Pop Warner, or rugby, they don't cancel their practices. They reach out to the nearest turf field and move their practice there. The kids are playing on turf fields now. I also want to mention that all of our neighboring cities along the 78 highway, including Carlsbad, utilize synthetic turf fields within their sports parks. Carlsbad has turf fields, Vista has turf fields, San Marcos has turf fields, and Escondido all use synthetic turf for their athletic sports parks. And our youth are going to continue to play on turf. That's what they're playing on now. And so I just want to make that comment. And again, I know that I'm assuming, and maybe please, this motion would also apply to that other field in the first motion.
The options.
Correct. And
Okay.
so I would like to motion to move this forward.
And Councilmember Robinson, did you have any other comments? Yeah, this is your motion. I mean, this is your item.
No, I would just say that you can find a nice little memo here dated October 7th, 2025, from the city of Carlsbad outlining the advantages to the turf fields that they use. So all the time I hear people say, oh, we should be more like Carlsbad. Here's a way we can do it.
I'm sure you'll provide a copy to staff. All right. Deputy Mayor.
Can you clarify the motion?
Again, because we changed.
I believe
the
his
original.
motion is to do
Yeah,
turf.
it would,
That would apply to the other options.
correct. So it would be to direct staff to evaluate the feasibility and cost of installing synthetic turf at Sopol El Corazon athletic fields to support the prioritized use of Pop Warner and rugby, but also
At the options.
at the options that we listed in the.
This isn't designating that they would use turf. This is saying, what would it look like if they were? And like,
No, I think
I'm
they
asking.
are. I think the motion is for turf.
That doesn't sound like what it is. It says evaluate the feasibility of it. And the feasibility including, what was the second part?
Cost.
The cost. So what I'm asking is when this comes back, are we gonna get evidence of why a natural grass field compared to a turf is completely infeasible? And will that be considered in the motion?
Say that again, comparing,
So-
I think, and this is, I think this is the, and I'm not trying to cut off. I think the issue is like that we have encountered is that no matter if we go to MLK or El Corazon, we don't have the luxury of having the 20-plus fields like they do at the SoCal, where they can use the fields and then let them breathe.
Yep.
So the fields are not going to breathe. And so what has been said is if we have these sports essentially on grass fields, they don't survive. And that's been the issue of why Pop Warner and rugby don't like playing their home games on the fields that they have access to in Oceanside right now, because they're in such bad shape. And so then they try to find fields that, and so that goes back.
The sports, especially rugby, is really, really tough on the fields. And I think that was the issue, is maintenance and being able to.
But so is Pop Warner.
Yeah, well, I just said especially. Sorry, go ahead.
But, go.
So I understand that. I played football. We did not practice on the same field that we played our games on. You would practice on a practice field. It would get beat up a lot more. You would do walkthroughs on the game field on Thursday nights, and you play under Friday night lights. So like, that's how football works. You have to do it that way. What I'm saying is, in this motion where we're exploring our options, can we also make sure that we are ruling out that there's not a grass field option for the kids? Because that is the best. I think if we can do a high quality field that, and we talked about the difference in cost over 24 years, like, you know, $1 million over 24 years is really not that big a difference in 24 years. So I think we need to really eliminate that. And I'm going to talk about why, and then you can tell me if you're okay with including that. Yeah, I'll just do my real quick thing. I know it's late. Sorry, this is a really important one. Because this was also raised as part of this issue of public access fields. I've been talking to staff for over a year about the fields at SoCal. And as part of the agreement that we have with SoCal, those are supposed to be public use fields. Public use meaning open to the public. They are currently not. And when I first learned about this, I was like really surprised because I go to soccer practice there a lot with the kids, and nobody's ever playing on them. When we first brought that up, then they did give access to some of the teams to use them, and then they were kicked off for saying that they tore up the fields. But those fields are still not open for public access use on any other times because the parking lot's closed, and SoCal gets a lot of breath to say they're resting the fields. But those fields, you know, they have some rights to rest them, but they should be public use fields, and they completely haven't been since they've been in place. So I'm asking for my colleagues to help figure out this as part of this overall issue. How do we hold SoCal accountable for fulfilling this promise that is part of our contract, or finding out some way to be compensated for the original agreement of open public use fields that are supposed to be there? So I'm going to park that. If anyone wants to part with me on a council member item, or if we want to ask for staff to come back. Peter, did you say ask for staff to come back with a? Okay, so that, because his mic wasn't on, I'm going to say, he said Jonathan should come back with a report on that. Thank you. Getting back to the turf specifically, I understand that the whole main reason that we're talking about this is need to access fields. And when we're talking about building new fields, to have to think about watching them sit there and not being able to use them after we just built them as your home field, I understand why anyone who is prioritizing getting onto the fields would want to see turf in that way. I am very concerned, as somebody who played on both, that the risk of overheated turfs, and it sounds like there's other options, but I didn't hear how much it costs to do the not hot turf version, and there's just not. I'm sorry, I have the mic. So there sounds like there's a lot of different technologies. I know it's different than when I used to use it back in the day. I know it has to be different because that was a long time ago. But I don't have that information. I don't understand that information. I don't know it in front of me. I've looked into what I can, but I'm not a professional Parks and Rec person. So I would need to be convinced that it was the only way to even think about doing turf. And just to throw this out here, lots of things have been publicly acceptable and done around our country and known that there were cancer risks associated with it, and it took years for people to catch up. Right now, doctors are flagging that young people are getting cancer more than ever before. People under 55 are 1 in 5 colorectal cancers being diagnosed right now. That's a change. It's not usually young people, and we're still trying to understand why. I am concerned about breathing in plastic fumes that are overheated, and I really want to make sure that we're not making a decision that is detrimental to the youth future. So with that being said, I'm asking that we don't eliminate natural turf from this conversation, and we have a real open conversation about what's needed to make sure that they get access to the best fields.
I guess.
Councilmember.
Yeah, oh no, Sadek, are you asking me a question? Yeah. For me, would staff understand that? What would that look like in the report for them to come back? Because they can come back and say, well, they can just play at MLK. They're playing at MLK now. You can give MLK new grass, but the sport eventually the same thing will happen at MLK. With new MLK grass, that would happen at, please.
Yeah, so it would be, the analysis would be, what would it take to have a high quality grass system, whether it be they practice at the MLK middle school and then they play. I'm just throwing random field names out, but that's what I'm saying. It has to be done. You can't use the same field over and over. So maybe it's going to take more fields and more access and more money to refit those to be grass. But if that's what it takes to get high-quality fields that are the safest and the best for our kids, then I just want to know what that cost would be so that we can either eliminate it as an option or not.
I'm okay with adding that if you understand, like, if that's, you guys can digest that, yeah. Yeah, I don't know how we word that at this point. Zeb, can you help again?
I think staff, you're picking up on it, right?
Yeah.
Mr. Borrego? Okay. Councilmember Weiss.
Not to throw a damper on this, but I think as it relates to Parkside 1, we need to make a decision tonight, whether it's synthetic turf or grass. She made the comment that they're getting ready with all of the construction documents to go out to bid. And I'm presuming right now those construction documents include irrigation systems and natural grass. So they're going to go out to bid. Contractors are going to bid, and we are not going to have an opportunity prior to them starting construction to have this conversation of whether we convert Parkside 1 to synthetic turf. So I think they're going to need something tonight to say change the plans and specs or not.
To me, and, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, what I was going, one of the options that we considered was actually having them bid 2 different alternatives for the sports fields. And, but, knowing that you're the former city engineer, I'm sure you're a lot more educated in this process, but that was one option that we considered so as to not slow down the process and instead just change the bid document so that they have to provide 2 options, and then we can decide a little bit later down the road without really slowing up the process.
So if they do a bid alternative that has grass and turf, that gives us time to make the decision because at some point we have to award the contract.
That's what we would suggest at this point in order to keep the park project moving forward.
Okay. Yeah, if staff can include that, that'd be great.
Right.
Yeah, so I made a motion already.
Yeah,
And then you seconded
I
it,
think
and then
you already seconded it.
I asked Zeb if he can provide what Deputy Mayor Joyce also included.
Well, what I had was.
That would be bringing back the options of that, right?
Yeah, which was to basically the second part of it, which was the motion to evaluate the feasibility, sustainability, and costs of installing synthetic turf at the Supple Elkhor Zone athletic fields to support their prioritized use as a permanent home fields for Oceanside, Pop Warner football, and Thunder rugby, and to explore other options. That's what I have so far. So if you want to.
You repeat, maybe.
Yeah.
So the addendum would be to include the fact that we're looking at other sites, as we did with the first motion. So at whatever designated home site we find for the fields. And then also to include a full analysis of using natural turf.
Councilmember Weiss?
I would just ask as part of that we also direct staff to include the bid alternative to do
say
turf
yes.
and grass at Parkside 1.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. All right, there's a motion and a second. And I think staff can play this conversation back if they have any questions.
Yes, and just for everyone's clarification, our goal is to bring back an item in October for your consideration with all the information so you can make a decision at that point.
October. Is that too fast for you, Councilmember Weiss?
How much is that?
Well, no, there's September in between. Okay.
I said our goal, so we'll see how it goes.
Well, I have full confidence in staff that you guys will be able to get it done. Okay, there's a motion and a second. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
All right, General Council Member comments. Do you have any comments? We're not going to have any, right? We're not going to have any. We're just going to.
You guys can walk out on me, it's fine. Again, the Crown Heights Community Center was amazing. I cannot go by without saying thank you, because I don't know how long our next meeting will be, so I don't want to miss it. Adrian Mendoza, who is our new, you told me what the name of his, it's a community programs manager? Community programs administrator.
That was me.
That was Adrian. He and his amazing staff at Crown Heights did a phenomenal job with the celebration. It was not just another resource fair, it was a block party that celebrated the greatness of Crown Heights. Their families were there the whole time. It wasn't just them. They all pitched in to make the whole neighborhood feel loved and welcome back home.
Thanks, and I do want to also thank again Jonathan Borrego, our city manager, because he's really the reason why it even got done in the first place. It was during our conversation with ARPA funds, and I had actually invited him to a meeting out at the community resource center, and he had a chance to look at how the building just wasn't working, right? It was sinking and all that. So thank you for doing that. It was a $5 million project. I'm sorry that I was a pest, but I'm actually glad that I was such a pest. And Adrian's new job, I knew that he could do, he could do us better. So I'm so thankful that we got his new title and new job. And staff, I want to say Victor and MJ did such a fantastic job. So this meeting is adjourned to September, is it the 2nd? Let's see, trying to remember here. September 2nd. No, it's not. Is it? Yeah, it is. Okay, September 2nd, 3:30 p.m. Meeting adjourned. Thanks.